January 26th special session.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this special meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Jake, if you could do roll call.
Keisha Johnner,
Here,
Mark Ramey,
Here.
Steve McCombs. Here.
I would entertain a motion for today's agenda.
So moved. To approve the agenda.
Second. McCombs. Aye. Ramey,
Aye.
Johnner.
Aye. On to business. We are continuing to discuss budget, and up first is development. Carla.
Good morning.
Good morning. Switch back to you.
Well,
So-
first, I'd like to thank you for your time here today to listen to our presentation. Our commissioners have spent a considerable amount of time, especially this fall, in both doing short-term and long-term planning for the agency. So it has been an interesting discussion that we've had, and we hope to continue that as we move forward. I would ask, I've got a small presentation here to do that I go through the presentation, then we have time for discussion. Then if you'd like, I also included in the presentation some additional data that might be helpful to you. So if you don't mind, we'll proceed that way. One of the things that we started to ask ourselves as we look towards the future of Marion County is, are we ready to compete? And we're in a world, as you know, that we're competing for tourist dollars, we're competing for jobs, but right now, especially, we're competing for talent and residents. Those are key driving forces in our future. What we learned when we had the International Economic Development Council in this fall about looking at economic development as the movement of people and money. And what we know from various models of economic development, that the economic developer plays a key role both in assisting resources to successful businesses and successful business climates, but also to create and uphold the communities and the types of places that people want to live in. Typical activities for economic development organizations today have taken on a much different role than they were back in the 70s. In the 70s, economic development was focused on one thing: attraction of business, period. There was really no other work that they did other than that. Today, the world has become much broader, and many more issues like housing and childcare and all these other issues, tourism, those things have entered into the realm of what the scope of economic developers do. So one of the things we discussed this fall was building on excellence. So I'd like to just briefly go over some of the things that we do currently, and then we'll get into some of the things that we have in our proposal for our budget. Currently, we work in 4 different quadrants. We like to think of those as kind of how we arrange our program of work. In talent, we are just now taking, if anybody's listening, applications for the top 10 under 40. I think right now I've got, I think we're right around almost 50 nominations. And we still have a deadline of January 31st. That's been a great way of telling the stories of young professionals, honoring them. It's just really created a nice churn for hosting those young professionals at the award ceremonies, their families, their coworkers, their employers. And rising up and elevating the importance of those folks in our community. The other thing we do that you have participated in over the years is Leadership Red Rock. We just had one of the sessions the other night. A great way, again, it tends to skew to younger professionals, getting them integrated into our communities, getting them educated on some of the issues of our community, and has really served as a core program for us even before my time here as director. The other program that we do that also helps our businesses is our True Colors program. I'm a certified facilitator for that. That helps businesses, organizations understand their people diversity as far as personalities and how do they go about getting people to work better together, things to consider when hiring so they don't get groupthink of people all from one mindset. And we do that on a limited basis. It's part of Leadership Red Rock, but it's also a service we provide to businesses. In addition, this past year, we've worked with Iowa State's CIRRUS in doing some research on folks that are of the age to be in workforce, but are not choosing to be in workforce in Marion County and looking at those different population and demographic groups and perhaps barriers that are causing them either to not work or to not work in Marion County. In addition, we've helped a couple of our businesses that are applying for Manufacturing 4.0, which is some assistance to implement robotics and technology into their manufacturing processes. The other thing that we work with is the STEM initiatives to upskill our current workforce, as well as our Employers Council. And that we had just kind of a meeting to reorganize, reinvigorate. We will have in early March a session bringing in students from about 5 or 6 area higher education universities and colleges, talking with our employers about what they're looking for when they go to find a job. What are the important things for internships and benefits and those types of things. Those are some of the things we do around talent. Around business, we do our economic gardening program, which is for stage 2 growth companies, connecting them with the National Economic Gardening Center. And that is really to provide them research to help them capture opportunities. Many of the larger businesses have that capability within their business to do that kind of research, but smaller businesses do not. However, sometimes they have the greatest growth potential for adding new jobs. We have massive changes going on in Iowa as far as BRE, business retention and expansion. We have had a longstanding 15-year program, and we are in the heat of the discussions of how that's going to look moving forward. But we know in rural areas, about 80% of new jobs come from existing industry. We have also worked with UNI to do economic impact studies, most recently for the Adkins Development and LDJ, as they're applying to grants and doing those kinds of things to help them show the numbers for economic impact. We work with LOIS, which is a nationwide system for available sites and buildings to make sure that we have our buildings and sites entered in there and our communities are doing that. One of the new events we started last year is a pitch event for entrepreneurs, getting in that early stage startup window, helping to provide a network for that, and really had a great opportunity last year to highlight that. This year, we're also including a youth entrepreneurship award. We want to make sure that we're encouraging our junior high and high school students to think entrepreneurially. So we are going to be doing that, seeking some sponsors this year additionally to help us with that, but also trying to elevate that. And our hopes is that for the 2 high school students that we select, we'll also be providing them a scholarship to Business Horizons, which is a week-long camp for entrepreneurs. So we're excited about that program and what it has added to our business mix. The other thing on the business side that we just recently were awarded was a grant from Advance Iowa to help with exit planning, succession planning, whatever you want to call it. We know from the statistics of our visits with our existing industry that most of our businesses do not have any type of exit planning. And what that means is a business can close, and that's revenue in our communities, that if a business closes when the owner either dies or chooses to retire, that's losing jobs, that's losing revenue in our communities. So how we can better connect our businesses to those resources, create some new tools for them to utilize, and that's what we'll be working with Advance Iowa for. That's a 2-year program to work with them on exit planning and elevating that service. In the area of connection, it's been an exciting year. I know I want to thank you for your participation when the IEDC folks were in. It really helped to provide us some different perspectives. We were just blown away by how many of our people participated in that process, how many of our people, they were blown away by how honest our people were, and how we really were able to get down to some core issues. So accessing that is one of the things that we do, is accessing that external expertise, external networks. But in addition, we also work on internal networks between our tourism industry, our EDOs, our connect meetings and those types of things. And we also try to, advocate for programs that we think are beneficial. Shop Iowa and the new Boost program are 2 programs that came out of ideas from Marion County that are now being implemented at the state level. In addition to that, we've helped this year with some connections for evaluating whether the potential for a campground at the VA was an idea. We've also worked with the demolition grant and doing some of those kinds of connections. In tourism, I I will tell you that the back pages of our travel guide are advertising in case there's any question for that. And those are paid placements in our travel guide. But we just have our travel guide to bed. It was a couple of weeks later than normal this year. It primarily serves as not only to lure travelers, but many of our employers use it to lure employees, talent to the area. We also maintain two websites, redrockarea.com and marioncountyiowa.com, that are connected to the county government website, look very similar, are similarly branded, has really helped us to build that connection between people looking for economic development information with government and those types of things. So that connection has been very vital, really elevated all of us when we were able to invest in those websites. The other extremely popular thing we do is Best of Red Rock. We're having a little challenges this year with Best of Red Rock and Top 10 Under 40 to figure out when and where we're going to present those. But it remains a very popular program. We did some transformation of it this year to more top 10 lists and less categories. I think it'll be beneficial. It certainly makes the travel guide more interesting. We also do co-op advertising through the state as well as our Facebook page. And we work with Mahaska County on the A to Z Foodie Trail. One of the very exciting things sorry, can't advance. One of the very exciting things that we're happy to announce is we did receive a $9,000 grant from the Iowa Tourism Office to work with Van Wango on the creating passports. And for those of us of our age, it's probably not something we think is cool, but for people who are younger, it is what they love to do when they travel. It's a gamification of a travel experience. So what they'll be able to do is put these passports on their phones. They'll be able to get specials. They'll be able to snap and share photos. What we also get, besides of creating a fun experience, we get to be able to have our businesses offer specials through these passports. We also get the intelligence on the backside of these passports as to where these people are coming from, who they are, what they're going to, what they're seeing. So it helps us to kind of quantify some of the things that we're doing. The 4 passports that we've selected, A to Z Foodie Trail is one that we've done for many years. That's the one we'll first start out with. That is food and beverage items that you can buy retail, some more fun. We'll focus on our outdoor recreation and nature. Feeling Spicy is a restaurant tour, and that could mean either fall spice or it could mean either hot, spicy foods, doing a restaurant tour in the fall. And our final one is Twinkle Land. We know many of our communities have great lighting displays, have things with lights. So that will be a snap and share passport. The state of Iowa worked with Van Wango in doing the Parks Passport you may have heard of, highly successful. What people get is, say, Twinkle Land has 12 stops and I go to whatever we set, 6 or 7 or 8 of them. I qualify for an ornament, or I qualify if I go to 3 for a sticker. There's prizes, and that's how you do that. We're looking at sponsors for each of the passports. And it could mean some of the passports may just have, you get into a drawing and you get a weekend kind of getaway package. So we haven't set up the prizes. We're still kind of working. We have our first intake meeting a couple weeks or next week. But a very exciting new way to use the product we already have, the attractions, the businesses we already have in our community, and trying to drive more traffic to those businesses by creating a fun experience.
Can I ask you a quick question on the passports, Carla?
Mhm.
So is this something that we will have, is it something ongoing that we will have, or you will offer on the website?
Some of them will be ongoing, some of them will be over a certain period of time. Obviously, Twinkle Land will only be during the holiday season. But we can next year, if we continue this program, then we can choose, I think it's 3 that we get to carry on to next year, and we can create 2 more passports of something different, or we could just keep all 4.
Does it cost though? I mean, I'm assuming there's a cost to go into that, and then there's a cost every year for it. Okay.
And that's why we're looking at getting sponsors to help us defray those costs. We know this first year when nobody understands what it is, because it is one of those technology things that until you see the backside, until you see how it works, it'll be hard for businesses and folks to understand it. We think that once we have it up and running and people see the benefits of what it's driving, because it will be real quantifiable for the businesses that. And so we know that that will help as well. So, it's something we're certainly going to evaluate, but we thought it was something that we had to try.
Is there any other, towns that currently do that?
There are a couple,
Or
not
counties, I should say?
Fairfield did one passport last year. Mason City did one. I think Waterloo did one, but theirs was slightly different. Theirs was Black business owners past. So some of them are not necessarily always tourism.
Okay.
But the state has done probably 6 or 7. So they've done an ale trail, they've done the Parks Trail, they've done several of those. So that's kind of the success that we were building off. The other good thing is because we're doing this using the same company the state is, we will also be on Travel Iowa in that section of their passport. So we get some additional marketing with that.
Thank you.
The other thing that was just announced last week is we were selected for Soul of Iowa 2.0. Soul of Iowa, the first version, they went to 4 communities and did these fly through promotional things with some of the money that they received from the federal government. They're doing a second year and we were selected as a Core Plus community. And that means we'll get video and photos. They'll do social for us and all that they will be doing. There's no cost to us. We just had to fill out an application. The only real cost they have is I have to host the person that comes down and does the video and the photography and that kind of thing. But we will be getting additional promotion through the Soul of Iowa campaign. So there's a big change in our budget and you might be asking why now? And to me, there's kind of a 2-part reason. First is, as we learned from IEDC that we need to be bold and that one of the really important factors is attracting people. We also know that we have to build on some of the trends that are out there, some of the trends that we need to capture capacity on, capture dollars on. And we also know that we need to do a better job of utilizing technology, not making sure that what we're doing is current. So one of the things that IEDC really told us we needed to do was to look at our program of work, to evaluate the programs we're currently doing, prioritize which of those need to move forward in the future that will serve us well, and then finally innovate some different things to do that will really drive onto some of those opportunities to attract and to capture some of that revenue. In order to do this, we know there are some critical needs. We need, as they talked about, a team and how do we better go through a process that we can reevaluate what the structure, what the roles are for the team of people across Marion County that do economic development. The other thing that they talked a lot about was telling our story, both internally to our internal audiences and externally, and what does that need in the future? And the final area is what are those kind of 3 or 4 ideas of something that we can do that really moves the needle, and allowing that kind of economic development marketing and economic development plan to really provide a direction for where we're headed over the next 5 years. These are the actual recommendations. I just kind of gave some highlights. We have not totally received their final report yet, but those are some of the things. You were in the meetings, you heard them talking about many of these things. And we know it's important right now with where we're at, with all the work we have done on all the various different plans that we've done and analysis, that we need to pull it together. We need to pull the team together. We need to pull the program of work together to provide one mission for all of us to work and understand our roles in. So that's why in our budget, 2 of the things we proposed, one was redoing the countywide housing study. That is something that was done back in 2015, released in 2016. From everybody that we've worked with, they said it is time to do that again. We know that through our partners, we hope to get the majority of that funding to do that from our partners. But the other plan that needs to happen is the County Economic Development and Marketing Plan. That is a plan that is a little more difficult to get our partners to provide as much money into as we have for the county housing study. And one of the things, you sit here in your meetings and you hear all these needs, you hear all the needs from all the various different departments, you hear about slow growth, inflation, all the politics of things. And we're really at a crossroads for how we proceed, in our opinion. And one of the things that we think is that it's really important to invest in economic development versus just focusing on expenses. And why I say that is kind of the economic gardening lesson, that if you just continue to worry about expenses and not do the investment that we need to grow the economy, we will continue to be in a race to every year find less and less money to try to cover more and more needs. What we need to do is figure out a way to grow the economy so that we can have more revenue and the part is acute. Unfortunately for us, we have been working with the same budget for almost 20 years. And some of the things we put in this year, we decided to do our budget a little differently. We tried to look at what is critical and bring that to you as far as what is needed, instead of saying, what can we do with X dollars? The other thing that we need from you besides funding is your engagement. If we are to be successful in creating a unified roadmap for the economy of Marion County, we need your engagement into that process. So why now part two? This is some of the skills and expertise needed in my position. You can see it's a wide range of skills that we currently need. This could change indeed with the economic development plan, but I would guess many of these diverse skills and expertises will remain a need for the person in this position. We've brought this up several years. This is from ISAC. It shows the counties that have economic development coordinators, their annual salaries, their years in office, the population of those counties, their general fund expenditures for FY19, as well as their average wage per job. Probably the two closest peer communities to us, or peer counties, are Mahaska and Jasper. They tend to be about the same size as what we are compared to some of the others. And you can see the average for the ISAC offices is 73,000. So one of the slides that was brought to our attention when we did our short-term planning in October was this slide from UNI's Institute for Decision Making from the Professional Developers of Iowa. James Helsher, I believe, is online. James, do you have any comments for this slide as you presented it to us?
I am Carla, and thank you for the opportunity to visit this morning. I'm here in Cedar Falls and wish I could be in person, but just to touch base is that what this provides is that it was filtered. So we had all the respondents from the Professional Developers of Iowa. Then we filtered it to show just those that are roughly in the same ballpark as far as size of Marion County. And you can see that the average annual budget there and the average executive salary is significantly higher than what you've been allocating in the past for Marion County. The other thing is that when we look at from the perspective of the organization, my comment to those of you that I met with in the fall was, you've had the fortune of functioning like the New York Yankees on the Oakland A's budget for quite a long time. And the challenge I see as Carla moves forward and Carla looks forward to retiring down the road is that you're going to have a definite challenge filling the expert levels of expertise for the budget that and the salary allocations that you currently have. And you can see the bottom line there is kind of where, when you think about the level of expertise that you currently have in functioning, I know Karen is with the chamber and you've got all kinds of great talent on your team, but just sort of thinking comprehensively, you've got a lot of years of experience, and the challenge that you're going to find with trying to recruit new people into new economic development positions is that your current salary levels are not going to be attractive at all. And kind of what I would envision is if you kind of went with those lower levels, you're going to become that first stop on the economic development progression in Iowa. So you may get new economic developers, people new into the profession. They're going to be there for about 3 years and they're going to move on to something else. You're not going to be able to attract the level of experience to keep and hold someone. And so, Carl, those are kind of my initial questions. I don't want to take too much time, or comments. I don't want to take too much time, but I'm happy to answer questions as we're going forward.
Thank you, James. The other kind of part of this, as James alluded to, as we had a lot of discussions You can see the current salary, the proposed 3% salary increase, what was submitted in the budget request. And I will also put in here what my commission wanted me to recommend, which I did not. And I apologize to them. I very rarely do not take their recommendations. But I found myself at a critical point of understanding that we had some program work that needed to be done with this planning. And so I reduced their recommendation to 69,000 from 75. And then you can see the average from the other two resources that we shared earlier.
Hey, Carla, can I do a clarity though?
Mhm.
I do think that I don't know where you got the 3% from. Because Mark's proposal was, I believe, 4 and mine
We-
was
we-
5.
we
Yeah, and we
approved
just,
5 yesterday. So.
I wasn't,
Yeah.
didn't, I was just doing.
I
what-
just want to make sure that the public
Historically,
is
it's
aware of
been
that.
3% is usually what we've had over the last several time periods. And here is kind of our transitional proposal. What we're looking at is some type of stair-step proposal that would get this position into a point that we could, as James says, at least be able to attract some good talent. So that's where, the idea, the concept that the commissioners talked about was getting it somewhere in that 69 to 75 range this year. Next year, moving it up yet another step. The other thing that was recommended not only by you and I, but also by our folks at the International Economic Development Council was that we bring someone in a year before I plan to retire. My plans currently are to retire in the first quarter of 25. So that would mean bringing someone in March of 24 at the end of the fiscal year that we're discussing. And the reason by that is also because most of our training and conferences happen in March and April. And one that is specifically helpful to a new economic developer, especially if we cannot afford to find someone who is experienced, is to go to Heartland. It is an important 1-week course. That training money is also in the budget. That's also one of the increases in that. And Heartland would set that person up in a good point. And we hope to complete the strategic plan prior to hiring the new staff so that we would have 1 year to work that new plan, get that new plan implemented as a team, and be able to really set them off on a good foot as they move forward into this transition into this position. The other factor with adding a second staff person is the training dollars, the phone, the mileage benefits, all those other things are part of that package. So you certainly can say, no, we don't want to hire somebody that far out in advance. So just knowing that that would affect other line items, not just the salary line item. We hope you'll see the benefits of having someone there for a 12-month period to run the cycle of programs and to be really trained and introduced into the position in a professional manner. This is a little bit too that we know our budget ask is quite a bit bigger than last year, but we are also stepping up to take some of that burden. We felt like we could do some with, especially like the housing study, to get additional outside revenue. So we're stepping up our game and trying to get 50,000 more in outside revenue than we currently have this fiscal year to do some of those projects. We hope that you might consider, if that tribal money comes down from the federal government, that some of that money would be good to use towards the economic development plan, since it would really bring about some sustainability and help ease how much perhaps of that money has to come from county taxpayer dollars. I know it's still taxpayer dollars, but it's a different pocket than what the general fund is. So that's another consideration for what might be able to help us achieve these goals. And this is just one of the things that's difficult, and I thank Jake for helping me with this. We tried for next year to realign better revenue in and expense out. Right now in our revenue, it's hard to see where those go to which projects. And so with realigning the revenue categories, we'll be able to more clearly show if somebody's paying for the housing plan, that goes in the housing revenue, and you can see the housing expense down below. So you can match up revenue and expenditures a little bit better. And really what it boils down to in our request, there are basically 4 decisions that really tip the scale on what we're asking. Most of the rest of our recommendations are either at what we had this current year or slightly more. The 4 main areas are the housing plan, which again has mostly outside revenue for the economic development and marketing plan, which could potentially, as I say, use some of that federal money, the economic development director's salary, and then the hiring of an interim assistant director. Now, I do know that Tony is here, and I don't know if we have any commissioners online. I promised them I would give them a minute to talk, and then I'm done with my presentation. Oh, Tony, I don't know.
Get a
Tony,
mic.
yeah,
No,
can I,
we gotta get a mic, Tony.
so
we
that the
can-
people online
No
can hear
worries,
you?
no worries. I apologize. My first time speaking at one of these events. I just wanted to support Carla by being here. I appreciate what she does for us. And I would encourage you as supervisors to think about what we aspire to in Marion County, and the way that Carla aligns that vision with it, I think is impressive. And I hope you'll give some consideration to the things that she's talked about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Anybody else that was on?
This is Megan Green. I'm one of the commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, Megan.
Hi. Yeah, I also wanted to voice support of Carla. We have done a lot of work as commissioners to gather information and understand exactly what we're looking at and looking for in Carla's position. And I think we've gotten by for a number of years on a real bargain, having Carla's experience at the rate that we're paying. And I do have concerns as a business owner in the community about what that will look like in the future. I don't know that we are going to get somebody of Carla's caliber for that rate in the current market. And I hope that we'll look forward thinking and think about, you know, what we want from this development position, and to put some funds behind that so that we've got some good future ahead of us.
Thank you, Megan. Anybody else?
Hi, this is Karen Eishen with the PACE Alliance, and I just wanted to lend support to obviously the job Carla does. I work very closely with her, but also the recommendation that she's making today to bring on somebody to replace her a year early. As we all know, the companies that really bring on that successful transition do plan for that, so they have time to really train up, transfer the knowledge, because you can't really do that in 2 weeks. And, you know, in this situation, Carla doesn't have staff to really help a new person. And I know that you three all as Board of Supervisors are very busy and may not have that day-to-day knowledge of what she does. So some of that, you know, might be lost in transition if it's not planned out properly. So I would definitely support a year succession transition there.
Thank you, Karen. All right. Is that good?
Any questions
Yep,
you might
yep.
have?
Carla, I do, couple different things. Remind me again, I know that, we have asked you to do some extra, items wasn't currently on your plan of, what I would consider your agenda, you know? And could you remind me of what that was? I know, one of them you did this, past fall was with a campground.
Yes,
Is
we
that-
worked with Chris and Steve, Conservation and Maintenance, to evaluate, to basically dream up and then evaluate whether a campground on the acres at the VA campus was a good investment. Our role was a lot in the economic impact analysis of that, working with a contractor to do that economic impact study, putting in those inputs, working with Steve and Chris to get the numbers we needed to do that, and helping put the project together. And then later on this fall, we worked with the Vacant Building Demolition Fund to fill out that grant application. Those are things that, you know, we do a lot of things that aren't always within our scope, you know, and that's one of the challenges, as Karen well knows in her position. You know, yesterday, or I think it was yesterday, we had one of our businesses contact us, a childcare business that needed data. So you drop what you do because they're working on a deadline too, and we know that's critical to provide them what they need so they can move forward with their funding needs and some of the information that they were trying to get. So there's a lot of things on a day-to-day basis that we provide resources to. I think when James talked to us, he gave us the best analysis. This position is like a reference librarian, and we help to point people in all the different places. Like I said, we worked with this manufacturer, one of them, you know, we were contacted by the state. They said they liked his project, but his application was poor. So Karen and myself worked with this person to get their application so they could get funding. So those are kind of some of the things that we sometimes get called upon to do, but we know are important. I mean, getting that business with new updated technology is critical in our economy. So, you know, trying to do all those types of things that don't always show up on the major projects that you know about, like Leadership Red Rock and some of those.
No, I appreciate that. And I know that you have really helped us when we have asked. I am thankful that you're putting together this plan. I do think that that is important. So I guess I want some clarity. I want to make sure that I understand. So on this budget cycle, you wouldn't necessarily be asking for a full-time person, but possibly next budget cycle, because you would be looking at retirement, you know?
What
is that-
we're looking at doing is in March of 2024, so at the end of the fiscal year that we're talking about, bringing on someone full-time.
Okay.
For those March, April, May, June, or it may be April, May, June.
Is this where this-
It would be this budget cycle.
It
Yeah,
would be this budget
And
cycle.
is that in this line item
Mhm.
of, is this the 20?
3, yep, 20,
Okay.
whatever it is, yep.
Okay.
And that's what it is to bring somebody in Marchish, let's say March, April of this year. They would work full-time those last couple of months of this fiscal year. And then next fiscal year, the ask would be that that person would work from June until probably somewhere around January, February when I retire.
Okay.
And so then me, I guess you'd say, the hope is that person would transition into the director position. Then I would not be a staff person from, let's say, February to June of next year. Right.
Okay.
Of
All right.
2025.
Thank
It's difficult because it's over 2 fiscal years, so it makes it complicated.
No, and I agree. That's why I wanted the clarification. Yeah, okay. And I thank you to your board for being able to sit down and put this together. I'm just going to speak kind of where I'm at, okay? I am not opposed necessarily on the salary increase. I do think that maybe we could further discuss that at your evaluation. So, you know, to me as a board, we could leave it in and then finalize that when we did your evaluation. And then in regarding your extra person, I guess the clarity, because I thought it was an assistant, like a part-time, that's what you were asking.
No, I
So-
don't know what you call a person you hire to transition into, other than assistant or interim or whatever you want to label it. But it's a person that you hire a year prior to moving into the director position.
Okay, all right.
I haven't found the terminology for
Nope,
that.
nope, and I appreciate that clarity. And then I just want to make sure, when reviewing, it looks like possible with all the extra projects you have, it would cost the county relatively 27,000. That's kind of what I took, where I added up all those extra projects, which would be 33,600, the 38,500, the 8250, the 12,400, 7,500 and 3, and then subtracted what revenue possibly that you could be
Mhm.
bringing in. So that would be an addition. Is that, am I looking at that relatively correctly?
Yeah, I go back to here. This is how kind of I put it in a pocket. You know, we're bringing in, you look at this year's outside revenue versus what we anticipate that is in the budget for next year. That's 50,000 additional to make up that bottom line difference of 127,000. And then of Marion County funds, the difference is 76,000. That's for all line items. That's salary, that's everything. That's the assistant, that's
Okay.
all the projects. And like I said, my ask would be that about 25,000 perhaps of that, if we get that federal money, that go to that economic development plan. So then that would reduce, if you use 20 to 25,000 of that funding for Marion County funds, then that would reduce that back to about what we're trying to go outside and get. And that was kind of what we wanted to do, was to challenge ourselves as well.
Okay, yep, I appreciate that. Like the other board.
Yeah, thank you. So go to the salary slide.
That one?
Yeah. So, 3%. 75. So what is that percentage wise? I need more coffee to do my math.
Yeah, I would have to.
75 by 61. Anybody do that quick?
And just to clarify for you, Mark, I wanted to make sure I was at the 69 and then, but yeah,
So
Just
you were not advocating
Stop.
for the commission recommendation.
no, I was looking at what Carla had stated
In
on
here.
yeah, so
Yeah.
that's the third,
So what's the
So-
69 by 61, Keisha?
it's 13%.
So
and final decision upon when we
Yeah, I
do
think we'll have to talk
evaluation.
about that, Carla.
Mhm.
Since we approved 5 across the board, other than for secondary roads yesterday, I'm going to be reluctant to change that. Not that you're not worth the money, but again, as we talk about expenses across the board and applying more money to economic development. So this is the other piece that, just so everybody is aware, I mean, within the last 4 years, the board's committed 18.3 million
Mhm.
to economic development. That's never been done,
Right,
right?
right.
And that's all housing projects. So whether it's Pleasantville, Knoxville, or Pella, I think the board's been very proactive in saying we have a massive need in terms of housing. And we've taken really exceptional initiatives on that front. And that's been board driven as much as anything else from an economic development standpoint. I think to move forward, and I love the plan, I love the data. Meetings that we've had with some of the outside folks have been great.
And I will tell you, that's at the end of this PowerPoint for your information. We
Okay.
don't have to go through it today, but I did.
No, that's
included.
great. I think one of the things, Carla, and we'll talk more about dollars and salary and assistance and those things, which I'm not opposed to bringing on somebody, if you're thinking about, retirement. So they have time and grade and get used to the process and Marion County and all that. I would like to see more interaction between the commission and the board of supervisors. And I'll give you my case in point is the number I just quoted. That 18.3 million and the initiatives around the most significant economic development commitment Marion County has ever made. We really had very little interaction with your commission on that.
And that's a change of how it used to be.
Yep.
When I first took this role, the commissioners, all of them, or the board of supervisors, all of them attended all our meetings.
Right. So
And I will follow that. I mean, I have not attended those meetings, and I do think there could be maybe if it was a rotation, because we can't all meet unless we have, clerks. So
And that's where I also put on that one slide, besides funding, we need engagement.
But
'Cause
see,
that,
I guess I'm gonna amend that. Keisha, I mean, that's fine. And I'm just as guilty as everybody else. 7 a.m. meetings are not my cup of tea. And kudos to all of you for, you want to get together that early. I'm still drinking my second, third cup of coffee by that time. But I'm not opposed to having formal meetings where we have to have a full discussion. And the reason is these decisions are material.
Mhm.
So it's not any different than when we put together the VA planning or the Pella planning. I had to keep this whole board in the loop. We didn't make choices, but those are so material. You've got to let everybody know what's going on. You can't do that as an individual board member. And some of the recommendations to move this county forward I think are going to require that type of engagement level.
Right. And
Not
our
an engagement-
challenge is with our volunteer commissioners is that they all have jobs.
Yeah.
And that is exactly why we meet at 7 o'clock in the morning so that they can get to their jobs and that we can get the brightest people on our commission. I mean, we've got some amazing folks on our commission and that they are in very much leadership roles within their organization. And so that's just the function of why we have 7 a.m. meetings.
Oh, yeah. And I'm not, all I'm saying is if we're going to think creatively
Mhm.
and we're going to say that economic development is a very high priority, which it is, always is. And we know the issue. The ultimate issue is we need to have more people move to Marion County. That's the ultimate issue. So whether it's housing, whether it's the daycare items that you've highlighted over the years, wages, job opportunities, all those things, we need more people to move to Marion County to increase our tax base, increase our salary levels. And that's how economies grow. So to do that is going to require more material investments like what we did, or at least the thought process behind that. So I guess I'm just throwing that out there. I know you got some commission folks on to be able to talk about those types of issues. I think is going to require a greater and deeper level of engagement between all that.
Yeah, and like I said, I give kudos to our commissioners because October, November, December, they gave a lot of their time to all these planning initiatives that
Yep.
we had going on. So they are willing to do the work. I won't
Yep.
speak for all of them, but they really rolled up their sleeves and were engaged. The other point of clarification I will make for your consideration regarding salaries, if you keep the director position at the 5%, the assistant or interim position was put in at basically the same as the 69,000. So the new person you hire would be making more than your current director on a monthly basis. Just so you know that.
Yeah, and so to make sure that everybody that's listening on, and even in the room, I'm looking at leaving, I wanted to leave it in the budget. And then ultimately, when we did the performance evaluation, narrow that down or however we were going to look at it as a board. But at least it would be in the budget. So I wasn't deciding today that it'd be a 13% increase. So. Steve, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to at all to your presentation, Carla. Where I struggle at is when our expenses are greater than our revenue. How do we fund everybody's requests?
And that's what I was getting at. If you continue down the path where we've been on for the last years, you'll continue to see, it's just like we hear with our stage 2 commodity type growth companies. You'll see that expenses get more and more and your costs for wages and those two things get more and more and your revenue gets less and less. What we're talking about is investing in something that hopefully if we work and we innovate, we can start to grow the revenue because it's very
I thought that's what we
difficult.
have been doing.
Because it's very difficult to decrease the expenses, as you know, those things just continue to rise, wages and those kinds of things. And you have, but not over the last 20 years. And that's where, yes, there has been some amazing things happen over the last 4 or 5 years, but we're talking about continuing that, building on the next innovative ideas, the next things and what those are and how do we invest in them.
And yeah, I can appreciate that, but we get to a point where sooner or later. we're not
It
gonna
makes a
we're not
difficult
gonna have any
decision today.
Operating expenses.
Yeah.
Or any operating revenue.
It makes it a difficult decision today. I understand that, but we also felt that it was important that we bring this before you. Instead of
I
saying,
agree.
what do we do with $100,000 and figure our budget that way? We said, what do we need to be doing and figured our budget that way?
Yeah.
And that's what we brought to you.
And-
It is a totally different mindset than we have done for 20 years.
Mhm.
And part of why this salary has gotten into this situation is being a one-person department. Because what happens every year with one-person departments is that whatever the supervisor set as that level is the maximum. And in departments that have 20, 30 people, that is not the case. They have flexibility. Departments of one have no flexibility. And we have gone through, some of us, we've experienced those multiple years where we've had 0 increases, where we used to not pay anything for health insurance and now we do. So some of us who have been here over those long periods of time, it is hard for you all because you haven't been here for 27 years to understand the accumulative effect of where we've positioned a couple of us. And it only applies to a couple of us that have been put, because really everybody else should kind of be where we are because they all kind of started where we are. But I can tell you not those other department heads are not where we are because they've either had transition, market change transition, or they've had the flexibility of having multiple staff and being able to have varying rates.
No, I
No,
do
I
appreciate.
appreciate the opinion on that, Carla. I do. And it's something we have to take into consideration. I want to go back to the revenue piece of this.
Mhm.
In thinking about this, I guess, from an innovative standpoint, what Steve said is exactly right. I mean, our issue is managing the dollars
Mhm.
and making sure we apply the dollars to the appropriate departments to get the biggest return we can for the taxpayer. That's the whole point of what we do. Our $18.3 million of debt
Mhm.
is to do what? My theory, don't know if it's shared by these two, but my theory is the best investment of tax dollars is to generate more tax dollars.
Mhm.
It's not to provide it for an expense that we get no return in. So part of that calculation is that,
Mhm.
because everything else is depreciation.
Right.
All right, everything else is a sunk cost that we lose value. But here we're trying to provide for additional revenue streams. For your department, I am less concerned, matter of fact, I'm not concerned about your revenue stream. Doesn't matter to me. Because the way I view economic development is probably different than a lot of people. You are an adjunct of the Board of Supervisors. Economic development should be part and parcel of what boards of supervisors do. It hasn't been traditionally. They've defaulted and pushed it off on an individual. We have changed that matrix a little bit when you talk about matrices. All right. Boards of supervisors, if they want rural counties like ours to succeed, have to know something about this and be engaged in it and do something proactively about it. We cannot just exist the way we have.
And that's why the plan is so critical, because the other thing that I had a little bullet point on was about teams
Mhm.
and whose role and responsibility in economic development it is to do things. We need to reevaluate that in today's world. How does our community's economic development initiatives, our cities, our county, our industries, how do they all put together in one team and vision? How do we define whose role is who? And that is also why that economic development plan is critical. It's not just for creating the strategies to get new people, but it's also to create the strategy for how we work together and how we can be the most efficient working together and take on the
Right.
appropriate roles.
Right.
That's
Agreed.
part of it as well.
Agreed.
And we need that. We have some challenging situations with our communities and with everybody's roles, and we need to decide who, how it all puts together.
Yeah.
And we may have to put together a plan, a brand, a vision that involves our industry taking a bigger role in investing in economic development. But until we have something for them to invest in, just like you, it's hard to make that case. And
Right.
that's what I think, that's why I think the economic development plan and marketing plan is so critical to the moving forward juncture.
No, I don't
And
disagree
it's
with you at
not
all.
sexy to get outside funding for. It's very hard to get planning money for stuff like that.
Right.
Where the housing study, I can go out to partners who will financially benefit from the housing study, and I can get sponsorship dollars
Yeah.
because they can see that. It's just a much more direct line.
But I'll tell you this on the economic development plan front. If you can pull together a group of our industries and demonstrate support for it to someone like me, I'm going to say, well, let's do it for that cost. And we'll foot the bill. I mean, relying on outside vendors or outside grants to always come in and try to solve our problems, it hasn't worked very well for us.
But we've had to do that because we've had the same county appropriation for the last 20 years.
Right.
So the only way to accomplish some of these goals is to go out and get outside
And what I'm
money.
saying to you is the more engagement that I see from the more that interaction takes place between this board, which determines finances and the overall direction of county expenses and where our businesses want to go, that allows us more clarity on where to spend those dollars appropriately. Because now we're seeing what our taxpayers, the businesses pay a lot of taxes in this county. So as they say, this is what we want. That's where that's why we did what we did.
That's
with
why
the
we do everything we
property.
do, because I
Because
sit down
our-
with those prime
our
employers
businesses
every
said-
single year.
Our businesses said they wanted housing.
Mhm.
That's why we did this.
Mhm.
Okay. So the same would apply to a plan of this nature. I need to hear from them. We really want this and we're willing to commit X to it and put energy towards it. That makes it so we're not just flying on our own and saying, well, we'll take a stab at this and see how it works. And then the 5-year plan goes on the shelf and. we
And
achieve
that's
it
why
through
we
there.
were so encouraged by the meetings that we had with IEDC. We had various different small groups meetings and had great engagement from our businesses, small and large, manufacturing and not manufacturing, tourism, all different sectors into that process. And that's why we think we have the momentum going to get that engagement to that next level of planning, that next level of analysis and prioritization.
That's good. Excellent.
Thank you,
Carla,
Carla. I do-
thanks.
Yeah, I do
Thank you. I
appreciate it.
appreciate it. Appreciate
Thank
the
you
passion.
to all those that, Tony for being here and those that are online.
And like I said, in the back here, you'll have lots of, I took the Esri data that IEDC provided us. And so that's on the back end of this presentation.
That's something you could just send to us, Carla?
Yeah, Renee has the PowerPoint.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you, Missy. All righty.
Well, I guess I'm gonna build a little off of what Carla has been talking about in development.
Missy, can you hang on just real quick? I gotta make sure I have the. We've got to switch pages here. Give us just a
I'm number
second.
10.
Okay.
And that is funded out of the Rural Basic Fund, Fund 11.
Okay. So Missy, yeah, if you want to,
So
you
yeah,
have,
I've presented you with some numbers, to, I guess, answer your question. We came off of our 2 highest years as far as building permits, rezonings, those kind of things. Are they down a little this year? Yes, they are. But the number I'd ask you to look at is the fact that the land division numbers are up by 40%. So that kind of goes along with what Carla has to say, some of what I do as far as planning and zoning on my lunch hours. I look at Zillow, I look at Realtor, there's some large tracts of land and they're being marketed as development ground and they have access to county roads. So if that is to explode, like I'm going to use the example of the county to the west of us, that last year their numbers were close to what ours are, they've exploded and they've now tripled their housing numbers. If that were to happen, as you can see from my budget, and I had a discussion with all of you, I've added potential staff member, one person. There is absolutely no way one person's going to do it.
Missy, I just want to make sure I
yeah, it's hard to understand.
This line right here.
That's the 2 mile.
That's
So
the
that's
2
the
mile,
buffer
that
line.
buffer.
Yep. And then the
So-
1 mile around Pella.
Housing, you're talking about just in general.
In general,
Got it,
exactly.
got it,
So,
got it.
I mean, obviously the 1 mile around Pella, that is completely their control. The 2 mile buffer around Pleasantville and Knoxville just mean they have a right to land division review.
Right.
Typically, working with Knoxville, if it's outside their corporate limits, they sign off on it and they have little involvement. Pleasantville does go through the process with me as far as whether it's subdivision but we still have zoning control and still would have building permit control. So again, to look at these numbers is very basic. I am not like some of the departments that I can set a number of hours that each one of these takes. As working with you, Mark, I have a rezoning. I mean, we're working on 2 years into this and no end in sight because we had the other one that went on for more than 3 years before we finally got the, cut loose from that one. So I've worked diligent hours with secondary roads on just what should have been simple land division review. We've spent almost a year and many, many hours with this gentleman working on this project. So there's never just it's processing a piece of paper, it's out and gone. I currently have a building permit because it's in an HOA. We've been working on it for more than 6 months. So those are all things that, and again, how do we prepare? Do we want to be reactive or do we want to be proactive? And that kind of goes along with Carla's talking. And, if we were to have some of those big bursts that Warren County's just recently seen, a staff of 1 in a department like mine, it would be unrealistic. So I would ask that we at least take a look at the potential to, as Keisha and I talked, add that line item if it needs to be reevaluated in July and we see, okay, numbers are down. It's in the budget, but we're going to hold off on hiring until we see kind of a change. That would be at least a plan, because if it's not added now, we're then another 1.5 years out. So.
So, Missy, and this goes to what Carla said too. There is absolutely don't be nervous about budgeting for extra staff or replacement, or you have to be nervous about that stuff. Make the case. This is why we need it. I mean, ultimately, we got to make that decision on how we go about approaching this, but don't be nervous about it. I can tell everybody's a little apprehensive about doing this. It's a budget.
I think
The
that's. 'cause
budget's open for discussion,
Yep. you're
right?
Used to the last 15 years you stand here and you ask for the measly like 7% or, 5%, whatever it is we're gonna get. And that's kind of, you never make any changes to it. So you're like, oh, but no. And I knew going into it, and that's why I had the discussion with all of you. The only way we can have the discussion and plan for the future is if I put it in there and we have the discussion about it. So, I know that there's some.
Budgeting doesn't mean spent.
Yep. And if I did do a review over the last 3 years, I'm pretty frugal with my county money.
Mhm.
There's been a $53,000 that I have left unspent. A couple reasons for that. We've used, we kind of severed our ties with Snyder. We now use Des Moines MPO, who are not a for profit, so they're a much better resource. I rely heavily on other counties, and my own knowledge that's been gained over the past 22 years. So,
Missy, do you have in here, I know that we use outside counsel at times. Is there
Correct.
a line item in that?
that
for
comes,
this?
so that's the 36.5 that it's just lumped into that
Where's that? Where-
planning and zoning.
Okay, there you go. Okay,
Small
Yep,
land.
yep, okay.
We, I'm well aware of what that costs an hour, so I use it very, I limit what I use it. I try and rely on our county attorney for
Right.
questions, Des Moines MPO, again, out, the other counties, how have you dealt with situations?
Yep.
So
There are times when it's just appropriate.
it is, there are times that
Yep.
it's gonna hopefully save the county money in the end if I just reach out and
Yes,
spend
it's
the
a-
money.
It's a risk mitigation. Absolutely.
No, I understand where you're coming from, and we have had this discussion. I guess I'm not quite at your line item, and if you were to,
I put
if
a
the numbers-
range in there. So, and
Yeah.
I know I talked to you a little bit about that. I put a range in there. So I looked at, so I guess number one, back to your comment, Keisha, I did look at 18 counties, that are of like size above and below us. And of those 18 counties, including Marion, and that includes Marion County, there was only 6 counties that had a one-person zoning department. Some were combined departments, 2 departments in one, but still, in order for combined to work, you have to be in the same location to make that work efficiently. I mean, that's how the department worked. It was 911 zoning and EH back until 2008. We all cross-covered, but we were in the same office. So years and years of hearing the same thing, you pick it up.
Right.
So
Uh,
the average office size of those 18 is 2.25 people.
Okay.
Um,
in my experience with planning and zoning, and I do know that it's not getting easier.
it
I
is
do know
not.
that it's very difficult to find people for planning and zoning, because oftentimes it can become strife at times. I mean, there's the difficulty when you tell people, nope, that's not how it could be done. So I understand that. And I guess I can't stress enough that, like we talked about, if numbers are down now, but I know the last 2 years they have, and especially in the summertime, they really went up, and you were feeling like you couldn't take vacation. Heaven forbid if I was sick, things like that. And planning is important. It is something that for the future boards that we do need to make sure that we do plan. So
And that is something also, I put the land use map up here. We're currently getting ready to kick off working on, we finished up the zoning ordinance. We're getting ready to kick off working on subdivision ordinance. And then the next step is our land use plan is from 2013. So to go along with Carla's, to go along with Jeff's hazard mitigation, we need to look at what do we want Marion County to look like? Do we want to be proactive or reactive? Do we want to know that if the economy and the housing boom continues, that it's coming, last year Warren County had the same numbers we did and they have exploded. So, you know, do we want to get ahead of the game or do we want to drown when it explodes and we're not prepared? I mean, and so I want you as a board, I know Keisha and I, when Keisha came on, had discussions about both Knoxville and Pella's land use plan and what they looked like. They were a $60,000 to $90,000 plan. When we did ours in 2013, I was given direction from that Board of Supervisors. We want bare minimum. We want basic bare minimum. So that's what our plan has been for 10 years, but what do we want it to look like?
Yeah, and I think it's something that we were gonna have to, we can't do everything at once.
Correct.
But it's something that we
That'd
have
be
to
next
think
budget
about.
cycle. Yep.
Something we have to think about as a board, and it all depends upon, where we're looking at
Correct.
for, revenue.
Correct.
I'm not sure about the projected housing boom in the future. If you look at the projected cost of material going up here in the near future, but that is what it is. That's
And-
economics, but
I mean, what are the other things, and you'll see it if you look at, I did attach some, I guess, projected job descriptions, if you call it, we all struggle with areas of enforcement, more feet on the ground, driveways going in with no permits, buildings going up with no permits, those kind of things. We're not saying that they're going to be the one out there writing the ticket, but to have that as a part of the job description, that to get a report of there's a building going up. I mean, I typically, if I have time or another, I go out and put eyes on it myself. I don't, rely on hearsay that it's going up. I want to make sure that I have a picture to support the fact I know it's going up. And but those are all things, if you're a staff of one, how do you juggle all of those things to be out and about to verify what's going on and be in the office to field the calls? I mean, I've had Barbara in there. She does she already works for 2 other departments, so I get about 2 hours a week. Barbara, she's got no desire to learn zoning. That's not, she does do filing for me. She has attended a few meetings because that's become harder as well, to be the person that's running the meeting, taking the minutes, running the door on a secure building, and doing your due diligence and presenting at a meeting is nearly impossible.
Yeah, a couple things, Missy. So I'm looking at your line, your 2 increases, 65 and 15 out of the building controls, and then the part-time person. That's the bulk of your change
Correct.
to your budget. So I don't have an issue with that right now as it stands. You got 5% in for your salaries. I know that there will be variability in your work. I think Steve's right in terms of projected housing going forward. Mortgage rates have obviously gone up considerably, and they're probably not coming down anytime soon. So that's going to have an impact. Materials costs are going to be very different than what they've been over the 10 years of cheap money. Look at Tyler's budget. All you got to do is look at some of the costs that he's incurred. But that being said, we need to think about the future. This is something for the board to think about. We've struggled, I'm going to dovetail off what Carla said, with one-person departments over the years. I'll be the first person to admit to that. Because we talk about expenses a lot. And that's okay. We're supposed to be mindful of those things. But there's also what we call opportunity costs. If in some of these areas, if you get too thin, you cannot act on initiatives fast enough, and you end up incurring more expenses at the end of the day. So you can be too thin in some of these areas. Now, a question for boards over the years has been, are these departments those areas, right? And that's a fair question to ask. But sometimes we just got to be a little careful and not let this, I'll call it a narrative, but the reality is to try to have some type of subjective control over expenses And everybody's got a different view on what that might look like versus what we know economically, which is if you get too thin in a growing county in some of your key areas, you're actually not going to be able to act on initiatives, or it's going to slow you down from acting on initiatives when they come. So I say all that to think creatively. Missy's got some dollars in here for an assistant, but maybe it's merging some departments. Maybe there's assistance from environmental health. Maybe we need to think that those need to be put back together to provide some dual support. Something along those lines to provide additional support and structure so we can move forward with some of these things that we know we have on the, whether it's cleaning up properties, which we know we've got a ton of that.
Yes, we do.
We'll get more. Or if we do get a large volume of new construction, which is an unknown. It's an unknown right now on what that will look like.
I'll go back to a history of 2008 when the then acting zoning administrator, John McCoy, decided he wanted to be strictly 911. And those departments that were I was at that point part-time 911 coordinator and assistant zoning director. And we housed 3 people in the office that I'm currently in. But we all intermixed, even though we might not have been paid out of that budget. We learned the roles of the others because we were there. At that point, when they were split, it was a decision that the board was led by John. He was ready to get away from zoning and environmental health. And at that point, we were at an all-time low as far as building. That was after in 2008, we were at the all-time low.
Yeah, it's great.
Where it was very
Big crash.
manageable. For another 2 years, I believe environmental health was actually in the office beside me. So, it was manageable, but as it's grown, as the properties we deal with don't get any easier. And because as there's, more and more development, then, we're dealing with the farmers that want to sell off the ditch and, somehow they want us to work with them to figure out how somebody's house is going to fit there. And, the other thing we need to look at is farmers are aging out, and how does that then impact, there's auctions all the time where they're auctioning to the highest bidder. Is that for development? We don't know what that's going to be. But those are all things that I think we need to, take a look at. There are times when I always relate my head to feeling like a ping pong ball because you've got, a subdivision question here, an addressing question here, a complaint here, and a building permit here. And you're like, you don't even know.
And
how
to
to juggle it
dovetail
all.
a little bit what Mark just said, maybe it's something, depending upon what the Board of Health would do, but maybe Kim and you could get, put your heads together for environmental health and that, maybe that is an option. But that's definitely something that, you as department heads could talk about. And I know. So.
Well, it's expense mindful.
Yep.
It's using current resources, but it's just trying to be creative within the context of managing expenses, but yet also providing the backup and support that we need and wearing multiple hats.
I guess
which
I would
many of us
just
do.
ask that you at least, I know Keisha and I talked about it, at least potentially leave that, even if we decide that maybe numbers aren't where we want them to be, that it's added into the budget. So because unfortunately, what's decided now, that's going to be July, August. So it'd be, if we have a big boom this summer, it's another 1.5 years before we can make that,
Right.
adjustment. So I guess that would be my ask, that we at least think about putting it in there so that we can,
It's a budget.
If it's a
Again, like
boom,
what we
that
talked
we
about,
can,
it's a budget. You
you know.
don't necessarily have to spend it.
and we could certainly
But
have a
it is budgeted.
discussion before I, would pull that trigger to do
Sure.
something, but
Sure.
I would ask that it at least be looked at.
I agree with Mark and Keisha, we need to explore these options. But then again, it poses another problem and logistics and
Correct.
physical
not-
place,
We're no longer
physical
working
placement of
together.
all the.
Yeah, and Steve's been on top of this where just keeping track of how much space do we have. So that's certainly a consideration that we have to.
I did add
we
a
have to
cheap
think
desk
about.
from Kim's back room in my office, so.
Tyler's got something.
Yeah, and I'm holding the mic to the points you're making about other departments. Missy and I have had informal conversations about this, nothing formal. I don't know exactly what she proposed in her budget. I do know there is potential for enforcement from my department as well. We are seeing a huge influx of utility permits, driveway permits, properly reviews. The utility permits is largely fiber and building out broadband. Windstream is, I mean, we're getting a new permit almost daily right now. And we have zero oversight and inspection on that right now, except complaint driven review. We do our best to try to kind of touch base with the contractors, especially as there's more and more utility permits and different contractors coming in to work in Marion County, familiarizing them with our permit and our process. At one time, the road department did have a utility inspector. Correct me if I'm wrong, Steve. Something to that effect.
Gosh, Steve,
It was kind of, sorta.
Before my time. Nonetheless, we have, in the last 10 years, we have reduced our office staff from 7 to 6 as well, and are bearing all those internally. And we reduced our part-time employee a couple of years ago. And I do know, my staff is seeing that influx. The property splits, if those properties ever get built on, we are going to have a huge influx of building and driveway permits. And almost weekly right now, we are having challenges with driveway entrance permits and dealing with utilities and rural water. And rural water's in the same boat we're all in. That's a separate story. And then I do know my staff does not want to do what Missy does. So, they see it firsthand. And
yeah,
They work
and
together,
Brian and
great
Scott
work.
do not want to take on any of that. But if in the future, as part of code enforcement or inspection, we could somehow partner with Missy's potential employee, there's some opportunity there. I do not have that budgeted. I will say that
okay.
specifically, not
So-
that we're saying we couldn't work it in somewhere.
So if you're seeing that volume increase, I guess, like in all things, get together and Miss Missy, we talked about this. Come up with a proposal and said, this is the thing we have to be careful of. Tyler, you're right. Missy, you're right. We over the last 10 years, I'm the longest serving member on the board, have really watched operational overhead so that we didn't overhire. Right? Because that's also a bad thing, right? You got a bunch of people standing around doing nothing. So we've tried to make sure we didn't do that. But if we're getting to a place where we've got some log jams on workload and we're seeing the volume, then let's figure out how we can partner up between departments. So we're not hiring someone in your department, someone in your department, someone in Kim's department. Then you have three overhead really doing the same thing or slices of the same thing.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Tyler. What you're saying is an enforcement person.
Or enforcement to review and enforce policies and ordinances that the county has.
So it's a
Currently,
new-
we
so-
permit,
So
we
it's a
have
new,
almost no
so
enforcement.
it's a new position.
No.
I mean, so that,
I'm not saying, I'm not proposing we would
That's
probably ever
really what
consider
Missy
a
does.
position.
That's
I'm gonna say
of
that
our
inspector's gonna go out and look at, and, okay, so there's a new driveway, there's a new building, they're gonna come back to whoever the department head, that department, report, and then we move forward. Now, as you can see, and Mark and I've had many discussions, and, we definitely need to make potential changes to our code enforcement process and quit doing the whole, just chasing
Well,
our,
Let
Brown?
me get this straight in my head. There's code enforcement and then there's inspection. That's two different things.
well, it takes both. I mean, you can't do code enforcement without inspections.
And I'm not proposing a new position. I guess I came into this assuming she was maybe proposing an assistant. Maybe what I was saying is maybe there's opportunity for us to pay for part of that position from my department and have some inspection and enforcement, which we currently don't have.
Well, let's say there's two.
All we're
there are two
handling is
different
permitting at
things.
the moment and
In
we
my-
have zero oversight.
In my head, there are two different things, enforcement and inspection. in my, and maybe I'm thinking of it wrong, maybe I'm looking at it
Well,
wrong.
There's no enforcement without inspection. To
Correct.
Inspect
You
and
have to
ensure the
inspect
compliance
first.
with the codes and ordinances.
Right. Okay.
Even with our current ordinance, there's a lot of documentation you need before you move forward with any type of enforcement.
And
which is
and
what
to
the
Missy's
inspector
point in
does.
passing, we have had in conversation with the county's attorney's office and streamlining that. Is there a way to streamline enforcement?
Right.
By defining it as fines versus.
There you go.
And I did
Now-
have,
now
Assessments. I
you're-
think
now you're-
fines and assessments are different. We would have to work through some of that, but right now, we just have a cold shoulder when we tell people you can't do that. We don't have good processes to
Right.
do enforcement.
you just-
even
you just
when we
hit on
get
it.
complaints.
and I did have a conversation with our sheriffs, because obviously we are probably going to rely then on, when needed, a deputy to go out. I mean, this is all a conversation. I think there's a lot of us here in this room that need to look at our processes. I know I work so closely with environmental health, and we struggle to keep those projects moving forward. The things we have taken on, obviously, Pershing's now zoned. That was
I agree. I think it needs to be looked at and tweaked.
so,
So I got a question.
sure.
And mainly for the board. I mean, I think we're all kind of in agreement on what she has in her budget, but then also telling the department heads to get together and trying to, obviously, if we can save some tax dollars, great. But it's still budgeted, and down the road, if we need that, then that's further discussion, So does that make sense
I
in
mean,
what
so
I'm
it'd
saying?
be put in the budget, but
Yep.
not to be, so we
Yeah.
decide then after we've had the discussions, and I guess I
I
don't,
think that's fine.
Yeah.
not going to speak for Kim or Tyler, but I think it's going to be important, not only for the county attorney's office and the sheriff's office as we talk about code enforcement, but for one of you members to take a key role in how we
Right.
work on that project.
Yeah, I think before you bring another person on board, that position needs to be defined and
Correct.
what's
Yeah.
expected from that position.
I mean, I did put code enforcement inspections in that was kind of an overview job description I compiled after Tyler and I've had talks, and looking at other counties, and I based it on, you would be the 40,000's the base. This person comes in with no experience, but they'd also be required to, part of my job's GIS, this year we learned Arc Pro. We've also all rolled over to geo permitting from the old permits that we did, which was a great training. But we all do these in-house, which is another thing that takes time, but it also is how we even keep our head above water at times and streamline. The mom in me says I can do it all, but I'm here to say at this point, the last few
Right.
years have been tough, and it's kind of time to look at, no, I can't.
All right, I think you've heard from us that that's not an issue, so continue to work with the departments, see if there's option there, but, appreciate it, Missy.
Right.
Thank you for taking the time and explaining, so
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Missy.
are we good, or do we need to take
Let's take, you go a little break?
just a
I don't care.
Let's do
do
10.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Make a
Yeah.
motion for a 10-minute recess. I gotta get ready for
Second.
Michaela. Is she next?
Ramey,
Aye.
Johnner,
Aye.
McCombs.
Aye.
Back to doing budget discussions. We are now with the treasurer. Kayla.
Okay, so I wasn't gonna do a PowerPoint, but Tyler did a PowerPoint on Tuesday, so I wasn't gonna show up without a PowerPoint. His was 29 slides, mine's only 19. so.
I
Next year I
believe
gotta
Carla has you beat on both.
turn up the heat, I think. So basically, mostly what this is an opportunity for me to kind of put some data together for my office, run through some numbers with you guys, kind of make a summary of what we do. Obviously, treasurer's office functions, a lot of what I have to say is going to be repeat for you guys. Hasn't necessarily changed a lot in the last few years, but a lot of it I think is worth repeating. We my office has three different functions, obviously the motor vehicle department, driver's license department, property taxes, which also encompasses things like the miscellaneous receipting, the accounting, the daily balancing, scanning, et cetera. I have 4 employees in motor vehicles. 2 are cross-trained or are cross-training for the tax and balancing functions. I have 1 fully cross-trained to be a driver's license backup. In driver's license, I have 1 that is fully trained to back up motor vehicles because that's where she came from. I have 2 part-time employees. 1 works 10 to 15 hours a week. She does all of our DOT scanning and she helps us answer the phone, which is tremendous assistance to us. This past year, I did hire 1 part-time employee, just 10 to 20 hours a week, just to help during tax season. Again, that was a godsend, took a lot of the burden of some of those easier tasks off of our plate so that we could concentrate on the bigger things.
Michaela, I want to ask you a question. Your cross-training,
Yes.
is that, I mean, you've been in this department many years. Was that typical or is that something?
Almost 23 years.
Yes, is that
Uh,
something new or?
Not historically. Typically, you have a specialty in the treasurer's office, and that's what you do. That's your lane. And there's kind of a good reason for that because each function has specialized training. Each function has its own bucket of knowledge that takes a long time to learn. So,
But
but
don't you think for
I
the,
think when we have people that are capable and willing to, take on some diversity, then we definitely need to take advantage of that and develop those employees.
yeah, no, I think that's being smart.
So just a couple stats for property taxes. This is from 2023 billing cycle. We had 26,294 real estate parcels. Of those, we sent out 24,621 real estate tax statements. We have 1,600 parcels that are exempt for whatever reason. It's a government parcel, it's forest reserve, it's disabled veteran, whatever the situation may be. Currently, we billed about $56 million. Currently, for the month of September collections, we have less than 1% outstanding. I think last time I checked, it was like 0.73 on Tuesday. So right around $200,000 has yet to be collected for the month of September.
That's excellent.
Yeah, I think so, actually.
I mean, we'd like it to be 100%, but
I do like 100%. I like round numbers.
Yeah, Michaela, do we know what other counties, because that's our taxpayers paying their bill.
Correct, yes.
So that's, everybody is, following the law, doing their thing. What are other counties in that same bucket, less than 1%? Do they have higher delinquency rate? I mean, what do you?
I honestly, I couldn't answer that. I could always put an inquiry out there and
Well, I think it'd
have
be
some
interesting to
numbers,
know,
but
because I think it speaks to, the people who live in Marion County. It speaks to the financial condition of the county.
correct.
People are paying their taxes in a timely manner. And again, we have great citizens. that
And
do that.
And I think to our credit, one thing that we offer, along with our online payments, we offer you the option to make either a future payment towards next year's taxes, which a lot of people at income tax time will take advantage of. And we offer you the option of scheduled payments. Not
Are we
every,
unique to that, Michaela, or the
we're
other?
not unique, but we don't have to do that. And a
Okay.
lot of treasurers do choose not to do that because that really is a lot of extra work. A lot of extra daily accounting for Kristen and I to do that, just the way that money flows into a holding fund and has to be dispersed later.
I think that's a valuable option to offer, though.
And that's why I do it.
Except you won't let me pay ahead.
You can pay ahead.
Well, you won't let me pay early.
You can pay early.
I can pay early?
I don't know what your bill's gonna be, but I'll take your money.
You pay mine too.
yeah, if you want to just go ahead, we're willing to.
Yeah,
I went up to pay early and
yeah, no.
oh,
and
I can do that?
No,
Wow.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that option.
Yeah, not in July. We don't do tax collections in July
That
because
was
that's
it.
where
I
we're
came up
getting
in
ready
July.
to,
So
yep,
I didn't know it was not in July. I'm
Yeah.
gonna write a note,
Well, 11 other months. We'll take your
But
money.
I'm not-
Not in July,
but I'm not paying Steve.
just because of the fiscal. Okay, all right. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I do appreciate you offering that option though, Michaela.
And it honestly helps our residents a lot.
Yeah.
Because it's really difficult when people get that bill to come up with that chunk of money.
Mhm.
But if they can give us $100 a month when they get that bill, that's not such a big ask. It feels much more manageable to our residents. So
Right.
that's why we do it.
That's good. I think that's excellent. Michaela.
So another function we offer, I'm sorry, offer is the wrong word. Another function we perform are special assessments. These are certified to us by our local municipalities. This is Kristen's baby because they are really hard and I hate doing them. So this is definitely her specialty. Last year at tax time, we sent out 111 special assessment statements along with the tax statements. We had 13 that were built in the system, so they were certified to us. Kristen built the record. They paid early, so we didn't send a statement. It's really important that as soon as we get those special assessments certified to us, that we get them on the system within 24 hours. Because the abstract companies, when they do those title searches, they rely on us to show that preliminary tax special assessment outstanding, so they know to collect it. So we've had 2 special projects in the last couple of years. These are a lot of work. The Jasper Street project and the Pella Sidewalk project. You know, these are, when Kristen builds these, they span several years, 10 years usually in the system, and they take a lot of extended maintenance. You know, we get a lot of phone calls from these people. Every year, there's maintenance that needs to be done on each of those records. We need to make sure we're collecting the correct interest. We do this because we are required by code to do so. And for each special assessment that we build and collect, assuming we collect it, assuming they pay it, we only get $5 for each of those. So not a lot of revenue for a lot of work. And mobile homes, this is something else that's kind of its own animal within our zoo. Mobile homes are kind of double work because we have to build them in arts, the DOT program, and we have to build them in solutions in the tax program. Last year, we mailed 339 statements, but we have 798 mobile homes that are located out in the county, either on a real estate parcel or as a building on leased land. Again, all of these still require records, maintenance, and arts and solution every time ownership or some status changes on those. Okay, what are some more things we do in my office? We do the miscellaneous receipting for all the departments. Last year, we processed 2013 miscellaneous receipts for a total dollar amount of $26,293,000. Some of these are really easy. Some of these just take Kristen a minute. Some of these have multiple steps or require research to figure out where they go. For example, lost. When that comes in, that's kind of a spreadsheet, a whole spreadsheet that Kristen has designed to make sure we get those splits correct and the checks to Pella and the checks to Knoxville correct. You know, all we ask is that departments, you know, try and get us that information timely, because if they're not timely, we're not timely. And that's one thing the auditors definitely look at, is how quickly are we processing those. The tax sale. Everybody loves the tax sale. So in preparation for the tax sale, part of our collection efforts, we send out about 1,000 to 1,500 delinquent notices every November, every May. That's something we do in office. Kristen prints them off. We stuff them, we send them out, and then we take the phone calls. But that's really important because people need that reminder to try and prevent those parcels that we can from going to tax sale. Usually we send about 250 to 400 parcels to tax sale. In visiting with other counties and seeing their numbers, I think that's pretty good. out of 26,000 parcels. So, again, we do the daily, monthly, year-end balancing and reporting, reports and reconciliations for our independent auditors. You know, those are really important to me. I take my job very seriously. I want to make sure that we do what we do as efficiently and accurately and as transparently as possible. Of course, we handle all the online banking and investments. Right now, we've got about 25 different bank accounts and CDs. We apply for and or process different state tax credits. You've heard me talk about the elderly credit a lot more the last year, since they've added another layer onto the elderly tax credit that results in what we've termed a tax freeze for folks over 70 that qualify, where we used to maybe mail out 50 to 100 elderly credit forms a year. This year, we mailed out over 300 forms to people who might qualify. Gas and excise utility tax statements, that's something we do in my office. So let's skip to motor vehicles. I think pretty much everybody in this room has at least one car. So you probably give some money to my office at least once a year for that. So in 2021, which is the latest data the DOT has available, and again, these are not new numbers. I brought these to you last year, but maybe there's somebody that doesn't have this information. So in 2021, we had 52,000 registered vehicles in Marion County compared to the oldest data we have available in 1998. We had about 37,000 registered vehicles. So, you know, that number is up about 28% over 20 some years, because not every, you know, when I was in school, if I wanted to go somewhere, I had to borrow my parents' car. But now mom has a car, dad has a car, kids have a car, we have motorcycles, we have boat trailers, we have utility trailers. You know, there's just a lot more stuff in people's driveways anymore. So in 2022, we did about a little over 10,000 title transfers. This includes dealer titles, mobile home title transfers, salvage, corrected titles, replacement titles, all of them.
Michaela, can I ask a
Yes.
question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is
Jump
this
in.
title transfer, is this what legislation you're working on?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and could you explain what that would increase would be if it was passed?
I will.
Okay.
You're jumping ahead, Keisha.
Okay, sorry.
So we did 2,500 liens. And this is, I just threw this in, kind of a fun fact, because everybody loves the blackout plate. People went crazy over the blackout plate when it was released in 2020. So as of June 30th of 2022, we had over 5,000 blackout plates that we have sold in Marion County, which means that we touched every one of those transactions. That's not something that can be done through the mail or over the phone. They had to come up to our office and get that plate. So out of the work that we do, we retain $2.50 of every title fee. We retain $1 of every what's called fee for new registration, or what used to be called use tax when you transfer a vehicle. And we retain 4% of every registration fee. So you might wonder where the other 96% goes. Well, that goes to the Department of Transportation. So if you buy a vehicle for $20,000 and you pay $1,000 fee for new registration to my office, you might wonder where the other $999 goes. Well, it goes to the Department of Revenue. So we'll look at those numbers again in a little bit more depth here shortly. And then I didn't put liens on there. What is it? $6 from every lien, every $10 lien? So I won't go through all of this, but I just wanted to give everyone an idea of what it's required to be a motor vehicle clerk in my office. Number one, it's really important that we recognize fraud. There's a lot of odometer fraud out there. We've had fake documents presented to our office. Right now, as of January 1st of last year, right? Are you listening to me? So we're required to have a bill of sale with every title transfer. So that seems kind of burdensome to a lot of our residents. But as you can imagine, before we required the bill of sale, we had a lot of $100 vehicles that we were transferring. The Bureau of Investigation did a 3-month project where they devoted all of the overtime for their agents just to fee for new registration, just for use tax fraud. And in that 3 months, just the time that they worked overtime, they collected $248,000. And the penalty for lying about your purchase price is an additional 75% of that tax that they collect. So $248,000 plus 75% of that. So salvage, rebuilt, junk, again, that's kind of its own corner of the zoo. You need to be familiar not just with Iowa, but with all states, with Canada. We do deal with Canada vehicles fairly regularly, which, the documentation to bring that across the border is a little bit different. But obviously, we can't expect somebody to memorize everything they need to know for my office, but you need to know where to go. We have lots of manuals. You better know how to find something in Iowa code, in administrative rules. If Kristen or I aren't there and you get a question that you don't know the answer, you better know what expert to go to. Whether it's in another county, at the state level, there's so many different departments. That's really key. So of course, mobile, manufactured, modular, tiny homes, they all have a different definition by code. Got to recognize them, know how to handle them. Title transfers, trucks, trailers, tonnage, of course, that's kind of its own category. Odometer, damage disclosure, those are really, really important. Tax, trusts, estates. When can you use a power of attorney? Do you need a secure power of attorney? Signature requirements, who can sign? Dealer transfers, a lot of the dealer transfers, those are usually out-of-state titles and renewal stops, and always security interests. So motor vehicle appointments, I love them. So we do appointments for title transfers. You'll notice off to the side, that's what it looks like if you book an appointment for a motor vehicle title transfer. If you haven't gone to our website and done it, looked at it, I encourage everybody to do that. It's really easy. Couple quick and dirty stats. In 2022, we had 5,900 motor vehicle title transfer appointments booked. Of those, 4,400 booked themselves online. Obviously, we work to encourage people to go to the website and book their own appointment. There are certain segments of our population that just aren't able to do that. You can call us. Some people will actually come in. If they're a walk-in, we still try and put them in as an appointment just so we have that data. But we definitely encourage those appointments. Okay, driver's license. Everybody loves driver's license because they love getting their picture taken. So again, old data, it's all I have available. I tried to get updated data from the DOT and they just don't have it yet. 2009 in Marion County, we had over 21,000 licensed drivers. As of 2018, again, most recent number I can get, we had just over 25,000. Obviously, that number has not gone down. That's a difference of 4,000 licensed drivers in 9 years. One other thing I guess I might mention is the driver's license station is a lot different than when I started. And I feel like an old lady when I say things like that. Back in my day. But my office in general, the landscape has changed, and that will continue to happen because in 2000, it was really easy if you were from another state to launder a driver's license in the state of Iowa. It was really easy to go to Jasper, Marion, Warren, all in the same day and get a driver's license. Let's say you stole a credit card or stole a checkbook in those different names with your picture. And obviously that was a bad thing. So the state has really worked to tighten those guidelines and regulations. Obviously, by doing that, that makes the process more burdensome, more cumbersome, takes longer, more background checks, and just things like, again, back in my day, you got a permit and then you got your license, right? Well, you get your permit, you get your intermediate license, then you get your full license, then you get your 18-year-old license,
Then you get the setbacks in there if you got
There-
caught. Or,
There are
yeah,
some
yeah.
of those. There are definitely some of those that happen. So, it just seems, just myself looking over the last 20 years, that there are so many tools that we have that have made our job better, faster, easier, like, taking online payments for taxes and registrations. We didn't have that. We didn't even have email when I started here in 2000, but there's also some offset because some of these processes have become necessarily so much more burdensome. But anyway,
We
I'll
had a
let-
computer when I started.
you just gotta one up me, Steve. So the Pella Travel Station, we're still going there every Wednesday. I kind of had big plans when I took over as treasurer 4 years ago for the Pella Travel Station. That definitely kind of changed partly with COVID. The DOT at that point pulled back our workstations. They took us from 3 workstations down to 1. We have approximately 25 appointments per week. Before, when we were going there twice a month, we probably did 50 to 60 driver's licenses each time. Now with the appointments, we're still keeping up with that number that we were able to process before. I also think the additional advantage that we have is that we keep the Knoxville station open now. One person goes to Pella, one person stays in Knoxville. So at least I'm confident that the people we're waiting on in Pella now are Pella residents. Whereas before Knoxville was closed, well, I took today off, so I'm going to take my kid and I'm just going to go over to Pella. So, I feel like the workflow looks different over there, but we are keeping up with what we have. It's a little more difficult than I
Michaela,
thought it would be.
Do you hear from the city or, mainly the residents? Is this something that they want to continue?
They do. Yes.
Because I've never heard anything. So that's why I just wondered, so from them.
Yeah, no, they do like this service. So, and we have 2 employees that do driver's license. So, and 1 backup. So we do what we can. In fact, we'll talk a little bit about those numbers. So here's a breakdown I got from the state of what we processed in 2022. Our totals, 8,478. Those are actual pieces of plastic that we issued to individuals. This doesn't factor in transactions that didn't result in actually issuing a piece of plastic. So medical card certifications, you failed your permit test, failed your CDL test, failed your motorcycle test, failed your drive exam. We didn't issue anything. That's not data that's collected. And here is our driver's license appointment system. Looks a little more complicated than our motor vehicle appointment system. Kristen worked really hard to get this set up. And again, if you haven't gone out and looked at it, I really encourage you to do so. You know, each of those services listed kind of requires a different, you know, a different skill set to administer. So if you click on each of those, you're going to get some screening questions so that hopefully we can make sure that when you come to visit our driver's license station, you have the documents that you need. You know what you need to do ahead of time to make sure that we can get you done in that 15 minutes and you don't have to come back. Some appointment data, number of appointments booked overall, almost 11,000. People that did it themselves, little over 8,000. So total appointments for my whole office, almost 17,000, and 12 and a half booked their own appointment. So obviously, you know, the more people that we can get to book their own appointments, the easier things flow.
Looks like it's working.
Yeah, you know, and I knew when I went into this that it would take time. It would take time for people to get used to the process. I will say, younger people really like it. They prefer to go out there, use their phone, book their appointment, come in, do what they need to do, and get done. So, speaking of people that don't book their own appointments, I did not have permission to use this photo, by the way. So we answered a little over 7,000 phone calls. We did not answer 249 phone calls.
How come?
We may not have been there. Sometimes people call us after hours. Sometimes I'll be in there on a Sunday and the phone will be ringing and
They're hoping to catch
I'm not going to
somebody.
answer that. I'm sorry. But yeah, so if somebody calls you and says, hey, I've called the treasurer's office and they didn't answer, I don't know what number they're calling because we really do try to have staff available to answer the phone as much as possible. And that's part of the benefit of having a title clerk appointment is that I do have a clerk that now that's what their rotation is for that week, to be the phone clerk. So we made almost 2,500 phone calls. Total calls, 9,655. That was the total talk time for our
14
phone log
days.
report.
Wow, look at you.
And
IT could provide.
here I think is the most interesting part of this. That data is only from August to December. That's only since we went on the new phone system.
Is that you on that phone most of the time?
A lot of the times, you know, you have the three different lines. You have motor vehicles, tax, and driver's license. So you can select your service center. But for example, Kristen and I are in all three. So if somebody's busy, it's going to roll over to us and we're going to take that phone call as much as we can. So here are total collections. As you can see, we collected, and this is for 2022, 21, 22. I took this right off the annual report for that year. Our total collections, $12,800,000. That's for auto and use tax. So DOT, Department of Revenue. I don't have a total driver's license number because we don't actually collect that money in our office and push that out to the other agencies like we do the other funds. Those funds go directly into a bank account that's in the DOT's name. And then at month end, they give us that amount that we can retain.
So if I come in, I get a driver's license and I write my $10 check or whatever it costs for a driver's license, I don't know. That you're depositing that check into an account that they
Correct.
oversee.
That goes
Okay.
straight to the DOT. So if you come in, typical basic driver's license is $32. We get to keep $7 out of each of those driver's licenses. So, driver's license does operate in a hole. We are working to get that changed. We've brought that up to legislators. They're aware of that discrepancy, especially as there are more populations that they are looking at providing driver's licenses at no cost. When we do no-cost transactions, we don't get anything for that. We
What would
still,
that population be?
for example, veterans.
Okay.
So again, we still do the work, we still pay our staff, but we don't get anything from the DOT for doing that. So out of that 12, almost $13 million, we kept $402,000 in the county. That's motor vehicles and driver's license. Those two service centers. So basic expenses, I mean, these are really round numbers. I mean, I'm not certifying them by any means, but I think they give us a really good idea. So I've kind of itemized out my employee salaries. That's everybody but Kristen and I. Benefits, and I threw in kind of the general office expenses. I just did a rough and tumble, adding machine tape, around $35,000 for that year. So total expenses around $341,000. So how did we do? We are very lucky. Most treasurers right now, what they collect is not covering their motor vehicle department, let alone their driver's license department. I think we do a really good job.
And so we don't have you and Kristen's salary in there though, do we?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so that would,
And,
yeah.
technically, we're property tax people. So I feel pretty good that we are at least covering the expenses of the service centers that are providing the services. And that said, I've made the comment many times, we could really use another person. I mean, I think we do a really good job of doing more with the same amount of staff that we've had for 22 years.
All right, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, Michaela. Does the additional staff mean what? You're gonna process more things and generate more revenue, and what does that mean?
I think we could use another staff member just to handle the workload that we
Just to
have.
cover what you got?
Yes,
So that 61.5 difference.
but I think we do a really good job of handling what we have with what we have.
Mhm.
So that's certainly not an ask of mine at this time.
Mhm.
That's something I evaluate and look at all the time. But
Got it.
that's not an ask this budget year.
All right, thank you.
So here's your slide, Keisha. So, as you're aware, I joined the legislative team for the treasurer's affiliate a few years ago. I'm pretty passionate about that. Our big bill, really for the last 4 years, this year I'm kind of optimistic that it might actually get pushed through, are an increase in our treasurer fees so that the treasurer's offices can start to, we don't have to take as much subsidization from property taxes to cover what we do.
Is that being seriously looked at, you think, Michaela, or?
Yes.
just- oh,
Yes, yep,
I know you talked about this.
yes. Currently, it's Senate File 80 and House File 55. As written, that would give us a $10 increase for every title transfer, a $10 increase for every tax collected, and a $10 increase for lien fees.
And those haven't changed Those fees have not changed since what, 1989?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Yes. Our title fee was that $2.50 retention. I think that was set in 1989 and the $1 tax was set in 1990. So literally, it's been decades since our fees were updated. So, and I did, Steve, run up to the Capitol yesterday and I went to the Senate subcommittee meeting for Senate File 80 so that I could speak on behalf of it, and it did get passed out of subcommittee. At this point, we don't know whether it will go to transportation or Ways and Means,
That's a start.
but we're waiting. Well,
If it gets out of subcommittee.
we've made it this far in the past.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But I feel optimistic with so much discussion about property tax reform that this can kind of fall under that umbrella of property tax reform, because we're taking the cost of our services and we're actually putting it with the user of those services.
So would the fee go up or just retention of
No,
the fee?
the
that-
fee would go up.
Okay.
They did not want to touch any of the money that goes to the Department of Transportation or the Department of Revenue.
They weren't willing to
So
give
the-
up theirs.
So the
There's
fee to the cons-
caveat.
the fee to the consumer goes up,
Correct.
so
Yeah,
it's not property tax reform. It's an increased cost.
it's an increased fee to the user.
Okay.
So, we all have challenges. For us particularly, the big reason I joined the legislative team is because, the legislature tends to mandate changes that if they're not vetted by treasurers, then we're negatively impacted by them. Senate File 619 is a perfect example of that. We got that elderly credit change dropped on us. We had no idea how to administer that. Our software companies were scrambling, trying to figure out how to make that work with our software. So we try to be a watchdog. And when those changes happen, a lot of times it makes our expertise obsolete very quickly. I give the example, Kristen used to be an abandoned vehicle expert in our office, kind of, for the general region. And then the DOT issued some new administrative rules that completely changed how that process was handled. So again, we're scrambling, trying to figure out, not only to learn something or relearn something, but to replace knowledge. And I think this might be a little subjective, but, I feel like when those things happen, local government gets dumped on. The big agencies, Department of Transportation and the Department of Revenue, they have priority in those situations. So we try to be a voice. Staff takes about a year to fully train a new staff member to work independently. And it's really important that we train people right, because I feel that our work is really important. If we make a mistake, that could affect somebody's identity. And, if I run Mark's driver's license and I get his date of birth, I input that incorrectly, even if we fix it, now you go to get a passport and there's a discrepancy in your personal information. It doesn't seem like it would be hard to untangle, but in this day and
But
age.
you're gonna make me younger, right?
Yes, yes,
I just want to make,
I will set us both back at least 10 years.
want to put that on the record.
Yes,
You're gonna make an error. I want to be younger.
yes, for sure. So it's important that we get it right. I always, I laugh now, but before I came to the treasurer's office, there was the story of one of the employees prior to me had attached an incorrect license plate to a gentleman's vehicle. He goes on a business trip down south. He gets pulled over in the middle of the night in Georgia. He doesn't have the right license plate on his vehicle. They arrested him.
I'm
He
sure they
spent a
did.
night in jail. Now, we have some checks and balances to make sure those things don't happen anymore, but, obviously, we don't want to inconvenience our residents by doing things incorrectly,
We have to have professional liability insurance too, Michaela, for that. Or- I know some people.
people.
Yeah.
So, or it could be something bigger, like we send out 25,000 tax statements incorrectly. Those are the things that keep me up at night.
Oh, I appreciate that.
So, Michaela, do you have more?
No, go ahead, jump in.
So I'm looking at just kind of macro on your budget. Jake, I always have to, because she's got a couple different sections on her sheet. I'm just doing all in. I want you to check me on, since you're the numbers person in this. Your expenses this year are projected to be 720,000 roughly.
Correct.
Your revenue 578.6.
Yes.
Okay. Last year you were 705 and 546. I'm just rounding.
Yes.
All right. So really, from a county standpoint, and this is a good thing, it highlights everything you just talked about. Last year, you got probably about 160,000 out of the general fund to cover the difference. And this year, that would be 149.9, 141.9.
And that
So I-
includes the increase in salary. Did you use
Well,
a
if
bucket?
it's in her budget,
Yes.
then
Yep.
she's,
That's,
I'm assuming your
that's
budget
all in.
increase is in there, right? So actually, from a general fund standpoint, because of your revenue, you're actually asking for less than last year.
correct.
Jake, does that make sense?
Well, I don't know how she got up the numbers, but yes, it makes sense.
I just have to validate. It's like an audit trail, right? I have to validate between my treasurer and my auditor here. But
Jake,
that's
Jake
pretty
knows
good.
I go through several budgets before I land on the one that gets turned in.
So apart from the details, I'm just, again, a macro standpoint, again,
So
well done in
Yeah.
managing your cost versus your revenue.
We try
Well
very
done.
hard. I
Well
mean,
done.
I know that's been
we
a
take
focus
that
that you've
seriously.
tried to do, to cover the costs in which, your department incurs. So I appreciate that.
Hold on. So as far as staffing goes, we've got the part-time person.
Correct.
Can some of your challenges be met that way?
I did up my line item a little bit for part-time. I would like to utilize more part-time help in the future. I don't know exactly what that will look like. The part-time help that I have now is working what she wants to work. She doesn't want more hours.
Could you use that person that you possibly use for tax time? Whether it's spring and fall, when tax season, when they bring in their statements and stuff, is that something that you're thinking about?
I would like to continue that, yes. And that worked out great for us and for that individual. She was very happy with that part-time seasonal position.
Okay.
She didn't want any type of full-time commitment, permanent commitment. So,
I don't see
it's-
that
it-
being a problem.
I really like to utilize part-time help, but it's got to be the right person because you still have to have the skills that our full-time person has when it comes to, accuracy and efficiency.
And you've got that built in here?
Yes, I did bump that line item up a
Yeah,
little
I
bit.
don't, yeah. Again, with those splits, Michaela, and you covering so much through revenue generation, I don't have an issue with that at all. I think that's fine.
I don't have an issue with that either.
What for raises, what did you put in?
I put anywhere
Did you
kind of
use
in
the
that-
bucket? Did you use the bucket approach?
correct, yes. It ended up being, about a flat 5%, but really my full budget only went up 2%.
I was gonna say, it's, yeah,
Because, I looked at other areas, I looked at what I used last year, for 21, 22 versus what I had budgeted. What I feel like I can predict that I'll use this year versus what I budgeted. And I looked at a couple of areas that maybe I could shave out of and add into that salary line.
Yeah. No, well done, Michaela.
Yep, and
Well
those
done.
titles, I don't know what that number was for the titling fee, but that little bit of increase, I'm assuming.
That
um,
$10?
Yeah, yeah, which, I don't remember what that slide was,
That'll
but
be a significant increase if it passes. won't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I kind of hope it.
And it, it could be amended.
If it's an additional cost to the taxpayer, and I know we want to generate revenue, but it doesn't help our taxpayer. If it just goes to our coffers because they're increasing their fee structure, then that's one thing I would say, why would we support that? Because just
yeah.
generating revenue doesn't help the taxpayer. If
I
they've
wish
got-
that the state would be willing to.
It needs to
yes.
be, just get a greater share
We
right.
tried.
of what you do. That's what it should be.
But they're
That-
not going to, and
They're-
so,
yeah,
and
they
Well,
made that
but
very
that's what we
clear.
should be pushing for. I mean, that's what we should push for.
Because
If they can do this other stuff that they clap their hands and pat each other on the back for, this is more material because like you said, look at how many cars we have. Look at how many things we have. And this gets to the people who don't have kids in school.
Well, and I give the example, again, when I started, but in 2000, if you were going to buy a new SUV, you were going to spend about $30,000, right? So what's 5% of $30,000? $1,500. So you paid $1,500 in tax and the county kept $1. So can you go out and buy a brand new SUV right now for $30,000? No, it's going to cost you 60 to 90
Yeah.
is what we see. I mean, we
and
process the
and the rest
paperwork.
of it's going to the state.
We
yeah.
see the real time prices of vehicles. So now you're paying $3,000 in tax that the Department of Revenue gets while we still get $1 22 years
That'll
later.
back up what Kirk's saying.
And same with the registration fees. We keep 4%. Well, that, if, your registration is roughly 1% of the list price of your vehicle, then 20 years ago, if you paid $300
Right.
for that registration, now you're paying $600 to $700.
Yeah.
Their 96% has gone up incrementally compared to our 4%.
Exactly. And that's why they're doing it this way, right? They'll say, fine, we'll just raise the fee to the consumer. You'll get more money, but we don't lose ours.
But
Correct.
we get
Yeah.
to keep our
And it's
piece of
because the
pie.
state of Iowa will not reduce its budget. And so I'm sorry, I'm making a political point here, Michaela, on, at your expense, but unless people get ticked off and say, I'm tired of paying these extra fees, these incremental costs, and tell their legislators about this stuff, this is what's going to happen. The state of Iowa will not reduce its budget. Even with education reform, they're not reducing their budget. And that hits them in their pocketbook more than what we do as a county. So there's my political point. Thank you, Michaela, for teeing that up.
You're welcome. Anything to help. And, I just, never mind.
No,
Michaela, I
do
appreciate it,
something
yeah.
else, Michaela. I'm ready. I'm
I
all
do
set.
appreciate what you put into this, and I do know that it is a struggle. I mean, but at the same point, what 1989, I
Well, and-
understand why they're going after an increase. I
that's
do
just
wish
it.
that it could come from the state level,
Our,
but they're
our,
not
our-
going to.
Our original ask was $5, not $10. It was actually Representative Bloomingdale that changed that to the $10 because, for those legislators that saw the county level issue, they realized that we're not going to get this passed again anytime soon. And we tried to build an inflator in there and they wouldn't allow us to do that either. So she just amended it, made it $10. I don't know that will pass at all. They might amend it and go back to the $5. I don't know what they will or won't do, but this was the best version that we could bring to them. That we had any positive feedback. We had any indication that there might be approval. So that's where we are.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, Michaela. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela.
Well, I'm not done.
You're not?
No,
Okay.
What else do you
I
want?
still have the clicker.
Okay, well, we've got like 3 minutes and then we gotta,
I got
have
about
health
3
insurance.
minutes.
Okay.
So there again, talking about staff, not new information. I can't offer, remote work options, flexible hours, 4-day work weeks. We have to be there when the public's there. They wouldn't like it if we took Fridays off. Have to have coverage. All I have is salary to negotiate and retain staff. Workload management, ebb and flow. I guess I really hope that you guys see that, we are not an idle office, that we are mostly flow. Biggest workload management challenge is the DOT system. It was implemented in 2004. It's old, it's slow. You have to click a lot just to get through one transaction. And there's always the Pella driver's license station. I've kind of already talked about some of the challenges there. There we go. Summary. Our business is good. Marion County growth touches our office, I think, more than any other office, because if you move into Marion County, you're going to do all the things with our office. You're going to do your driver's license, your vehicles, and probably some property taxes at some point. We get our work done. Again, I hope the snapshot of the numbers makes sense. And the fact that we work really hard to manage that workflow as it comes through the door to get it back out the door within 48 hours, that's pretty good timing, considering if you want to process an official title with the state of Iowa right now, they're 4 months behind. So if you buy a new fire truck or police vehicle, it takes them 4 months to process that.
And that's acceptable.
I think we deliver for our people. Again, as I've said, it looks different than it did 20 years ago. Hopefully we can continue to change the landscape of our office to, keep progressing. We have other people, other treasurers' offices call us, ask us for help. I'm a big fan of the simplest solution is the best solution. And that's what we look for so that we can do it faster and better.
Okay,
Now that's it.
Thank you. Great job.
thanks, Michaela.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Well, next year it's 29 slides,
29.
what Tyler had. So that's what I'm aiming for.
All right. We are now, is it Sarah? And I didn't know if Lisa, if you, we're going to talk about insurance. Never mind, that's fine. Thank you. You want it?
Health insurance?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, help you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Morning.
I only thought about opening it.
Thought about it. Thank you. So point it anywhere.
You got a PowerPoint too?
I do.
PowerPoint day.
That's right.
It's a disappointing 11 slides.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. All right, yeah.
Sarah.
Okay, well, thank you for having me here. Sarah Bradshaw with Holmes Murphy, benefits consultant for Marion County. We have just a few things to touch on today to really give you an update on what we are leaning towards for recommending for 2023. If we look at page 3, this really just sets the landscape for what we are encountering in the healthcare industry today. It's not all that different from what we talked about last year. So some of the same challenges still remain. Medical trend, based on Walmart's most recent trend, is 7%. Pharmacy trend is 13%. We are still encountering skyrocketing pharmacy prices. We have a lot of great new technology and a lot of really exciting therapies that are coming out. But with that, obviously becomes a lot of cost. And then one thing to remind you of is about 40% of Marion County's renewal rate increase is based on Wellmark's book of business and how they're performing. And this year, that's actually really helping the county's rates bring those down because the claims for the county are running at about 14% higher than the Wellmark manual rate. We talked a little bit last year too about the equation in healthcare.
And really the price times the use equals the cost. So what we pay for this healthcare. Price is just one component. Use is based on a lot of things. Typically, we do see higher use as we age. We do have, some chronic conditions that, every employer encounters. And then one of the things that's really been sticking out is delayed or lack of preventive care. And this really was heightened during the pandemic. And now we're just kind of starting to see the aftermath of those later stage diagnoses coming into play, where those are obviously more serious and more costly. So with that, we'll move on to page 4. This is showing the claims experience for Marion County over a time period of 3 different rolling 12 months of rating. If you just focus over on the right side, that box actually is supposed to encompass all 3 of those loss ratios. But for the most part, Wellmark is looking at the December of 2020 time period, and then the most current, the December of 2021. You can see that the loss ratio, so the claims paid out versus the premiums that were collected, exceeded 100% in that 2020 time period. It is trending down. We like to see that it's trending in the right direction. But Wellmark will look at both of those years to calculate your renewal. As just some additional information, the medical carriers really like to target that 70 to 75% loss ratio in order for them to perform well and at the levels that they need to maintain their business. Positive, we did see a decrease in the medical claims that were paid over the most recent time period. That was a 36% decrease. On the flip side, though, we ended up trading some of those dollars with the pharmacy side.
And Sarah, can you give us an example? Like when you're talking about that kind of increase, what kind of drugs is that a specific area?
Yeah.
Something that you can share as an overall, just as a broad, so.
Great question. So if you watch TV at all, if you see commercials, that is likely the most expensive medications in the market. There's certainly higher cost therapies that happen when you're talking about very serious conditions, very rare conditions. Sometimes those will flow through the medical plan, but by and large, those commercials that you see on TV, those are really the newer medications, or those that are protected under patents for several years that really have kind of a monopoly on that market. Great question. Anybody else? Okay. So moving on, this slide has quite a lot on it, but we do have a starting point recommendation here for the benefits renewals for the upcoming July 1 renewal.
So Sarah, can I stop you here?
Yes.
All right, just so full disclosure here, Sarah and I and Lisa have met on this about 4 times, something like
Few
that.
times, yes.
So that's where this comes from as she walks through this proposal. Very similar to what we did last year. Remember Marion County, what was our increase last year? About 10%.
10.4.
And we absorbed 5% of that. We found dollars that were not being utilized, and we brought that down to 5%. So similar proposal this year, but Sarah, go ahead and walk through the details.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you setting the groundwork for that. So we are recommending at this point to renew with all the current carriers with no changes in the plan designs. The one exception is that we are still awaiting the renewal from the Hartford, and that is the life and disability renewal. That is something that Holmes Murphy will help negotiate if it does come in with a rate increase, but that is to be determined. We are also considering a change in our flexible spending account vendor and the addition of one more option for individuals wanting to set up a health savings account.
Do we have any idea? I mean, that's just an option, but we don't have any finer details on that.
Yeah, we are looking into one vendor in particular, and we are vetting them out now. Their name is Lively, and they have some additional investment options that might be seen as an enhancement.
Okay.
As we are looking at the Wellmark renewal, that third bullet point, this is the recommendation that we have arrived on, is that Marion County would absorb about 46% of the increase, so around 66,600. The health insurance increase is a 6.99% overall. And we'll get into a little more detail on the next slide. To help cover the overall increase then in the health insurance, we are recommending the following. Reducing Marion County's percent cost share on the PPO plan. So the PPO plan, if you'll recall, is the broadest network. It also has very robust benefits. So if somebody is traveling frequently outside of the state of Iowa and wants to seek care outside of the state, sometimes the PPO plan is the best option. However, we do also offer that high deductible health plan, and that also is a PPO network. It is definitely lower cost. So all of these concepts and all of these ideas went into our recommendation for decreasing the cost share for the county on the most expensive plan. And then those that are on the HMO and the HDHP, we would only increase their premiums by 5%.
So just go ahead and stop there for a minute, Sarah. Do you guys have any questions on that? You understand the concept?
Yeah, so you're increasing, the PPO would be for 5.5% increase to the employee, correct?
Mhm.
And then, but the 5% would be premiums for all the other employees that chose those, but then, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, so-
I'm looking at it as it would be a wash though, if they got a 5% increase in a wage and 5%.
That's just like last year. Right?
And this is after the 46% absorption.
So what, and don't get confused by the 46. I mean, it's still 46%, but it's really taking that 7% increase down to 5.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what that 66,000 does. And Sarah, correct me if I don't speak to it correctly. The reason for that is high level. The PPO plan is a greater contributor to our rate increase than the other plans. So if you looked at it, I don't know if you have that chart in here, Sarah. Do you have that chart?
I have it ballpark. So the PPO plan is getting around a 7.5% increase versus the high deductible is getting 4.5%.
So the number of employees that we've had switched to the high deductible, which is a considerable number now, it has a lower impact on our cost structure. So it's doing what we anticipated it would do. It would change the risk mix of a small portfolio, which we have a relatively small portfolio, and start to bring our cost, overall cost down. So when you think about it, everybody argues equities here. That plan is now supporting a lower rate. So we've got to figure out at our higher loss ratio plans, PPO plan, how to redistribute some of that cost to the employees, because it's the high deductible plan that's pulling the rate down. If we didn't have the high deductible plan, we would probably be around 8-9%. Is that fair, Sarah?
That is fair.
So,
And we did see the start of migration last year after open enrollment. We saw individuals really evaluate the cost between the 3 plan options. We didn't mention there's also the HMO, which for probably 90% of enrollees is very adequate. But we did start to see that migration. We talked about this, I think, in the last meeting, where it's really having a positive impact on the overall cost, not only for the county, but for the employees, by just them making different decisions on their healthcare purchasing. So the goal here was to retain choice for everyone. We still have the 3 very different plan options that really could meet anybody where they're at right now with their healthcare needs. And, you know, to Mark's point, the last bullet point in this, in the middle there where it says potential reduction. So if we see additional evaluation by the employees at open enrollment, it could lead to even further reduction in the cost as we see individuals perhaps move into those lower premium options. Questions? On that page, we do still have additional benefits that Marion County continues to contribute towards. We have about 35% of the dental costs are contributed by Marion County, totaling roughly 34,700. Average of 48% of the vision premiums, looking at around $8,300 annually for that. The basic life insurance premiums around 13,700. Flex spending account has administrative fees that are associated with that, which Marion County pays, and those are sitting just under 3,400. One of the biggest contributions is, of course, the health savings account contribution. We do now have 24 enrollees in that plan, and everyone receives a $1,500 annual contribution.
And what's the IRS max? that
The
you can
I,
put? Is it like 7,500 for a family or?
it's
I-
roughly, yes, it will be going up 75 and 33. Don't hold me to that, but it is going up.
Mhm.
As we move into page 6, this further breaks down the health plan recommendation and just summarizes what we talked about previously. The renewal did come in just under 7. That equates to around a $142,000 increase over the current premiums. And again, this is all based on where the enrollment sits today. We know that after open enrollment, there may be some shifting there, and we do evaluate that and look at that following open enrollment. So the recommendation is to retain the plan with Wellmark, the same 3 plan options to give employees choice. Marion County would absorb 66% of that, which equates to about a 3.8% increase to Marion County's costs over current year. Employees on the HMO and HDHP, they would only see a 5% increase, while the employees who choose to stay on the PPO plan would absorb the remainder of that increase. And we do have a chart on the next page, which will show that on a dollar basis. And lastly, we'd recommend that the county continue to contribute that $1,500 into the HSA accounts. So page 7, a little bit hard to see for those of you sitting around the room here, but you do have a copy in front of you. So at the top, this is our recommendation. You can see the header at the very top in blue. The bottom section reflects what the increase is on a monthly basis for those employees in each of those plans. So again, our recommendation would be to, on the HMO and the HDHP, which are the first and the third plans that you see there, increase those employees' costs by 5%. And then what we are doing on the middle plan there, the 1,000 PPO, if you look in the yellow shaded area, we are adjusting the cost share percentages down. So it is shifting some of the percent of the cost to those employees who choose to enroll in that plan. On the bottom there, you can see impact. So for those enrolled in the HMO, a single individual will pay $1.57 more a month in premium, $17.78 more a month as a family. The middle plan, then you can see that that has obviously the biggest impact. So that will be a bigger increase for those individuals who wish to remain on the most robust benefit plan. And then lastly, those individuals that are on single coverage, and the high deductible, again, they do not have a premium cost, but those with family will pay $8.76 more a month.
That figures out the 12%. Is that 12% of the cost, I guess? So it'd just be $8 increasing, whereas, okay. I'm trying to wrap this through my brain here.
There's a lot of numbers.
There is.
So currently, if you just look big picture, Marion County is paying 84% of the overall cost of the premiums, and employees are paying the remaining 16%. You can see at the middle of the chart there, that adjusts down slightly for Marion County. So Marion County is now paying just under 82% of the overall cost, shifting a couple more percentages to the employees. Again, this allowed us to keep the rate at just a 5% increase for those individuals taking the less costly plans. You will also note on the left side of this chart, we have enrollment counts. And so what we're seeing here is we have 52 individuals enrolled in the HMO. We still have 72 individuals electing that PPO plan. So the highest cost plan, that is where the majority of our enrollment lies. That definitely has shifted more over the last year. So we are starting to see a gain in those other two plans. And then the high deductible also took an increase in enrollment as well, following last year's open enrollment. Want to give time for questions?
Yeah.
A lot of numbers.
I don't know if this, I don't know if this is necessarily for you, Kristen, but I do have a question on the
Sarah.
Kristen, Sarah,
That's
Sarah,
okay.
sorry. I should know. I was like,
I give her a name tag.
Sarah's
next
my,
time.
Tyler doesn't have a PowerPoint in front of him, so yeah, he's good.
exactly. See, people ask why I do it. That's
Yeah,
why. My wife is Sarah. I should know that. On the absorption. I guess I don't completely understand. I understand it reduced the employee share last year and possibly this year. Is that, help me understand, is that a deferred increase? Like, how long is that sustainable for the county? Is that just a deferred increase? Because you're not really, you're not reducing the county or employee contribution or changing the percentages with that 46,000, correct? Or am I incorrect? Help me understand that a little bit.
I'm trying to understand your question.
Okay, so
Sorry, Tyler, I don't have a PowerPoint in front of me.
you're
either.
not changing the percentage of employee share or employer share as part of that. You're just saying, well, this year's increase is 7, we're gonna buy it down essentially to pass along. But ultimately, if you quit doing that, somebody has to bear that cost of the premium in a year or two. Is that gonna be,
So,
is that just deferring the increase?
so that's a
to-
good question. Let's think about it macro from Wellmark's standpoint. This question I ask Sarah every time we get. The estimate we thought would be around 10. Comes in at 7. What's the logical question to ask for a group our size? Is Wellmark buying down the rate? And will we, 2 years from now, get hit with a 14% rate increase because they can't buy it down anymore? Same at the end of the day. So, as part of the Wellmark group, we get advantages because of their market share. So they have critical mass. What's sustainable about this, so it's basically, I'm increasing the cost of the PPO plan. I'm sorry, I had Sarah do that. So we're increasing that cost so that we can still buy down and keep it at 5. The advantage is we're not at 10, we're only at 7, so we're only buying down 2% instead of 5%. And we're seeing on the high deductible plan, lower costs. So it is sustainable at this trend, it's still relatively new. If we continue to have people shift to the HMO and the high deductible, our costs should go this way. Should-
So that might kind of come together. in the
Yes.
Coming year.
Yes.
See it.
So sustainability, it's a great question. And the way you would look at it is the rate of change in that slope. And the way I see it right now, again, we're still early, but we had so many people adopt the high deductible plan that to only have a 4.8% contribution to our rate increase shows you directionally where it's going. Plus, we say the employee is absorbing 5%. Well, if you go to the high deductible, you're getting back 1,500. So you're really not absorbing 5%. So there are advantages to a plan that is has a lower cost structure and offers some interesting financial benefits long-term for employees. So that's the rationale of it. Does that
Got
answer
it.
your question?
That answers my question once I got it stated.
Nope, nope.
I have a question. Maybe this is one for Lisa. How many people do we have, that have insurance, just as a total, like health insurance? Okay, and out of, what do we have,
we usually run around since public health lost some, we were at like 157. I know we have a few employees that don't take our health insurance, but that's less than
Very-
5, I
okay,
think.
all right.
Does that sound right, Renee? Less than 5, maybe?
I want to ask a concept to Sarah that maybe she knows, and I don't know if this is a county thing. You see other counties doing this. But currently, like if you do a yearly physical, there's some benefits to that, whether that would be, I know some places do an extra day they can have off, or there's a benefit. Do you know of any options in which counties offer something similar when they do yearly physicals and they turn that in?
We do have several county customers that I could find out on. I don't know off the top of my head. It's not as common, I would say, in this space to
Okay.
offer a wellness program with a financial incentive. There are some that do. And what we typically see, perhaps more so in the private sector, is maybe a premium reduction. So a health premium reduction if somebody were to participate in a preventive annual screening. There are a lot of regulations around that from an employer standpoint that we, would make sure we stayed within those parameters. Also, we do want to encourage people to, get those preventive screenings. You all know your employees best and how best they would be motivated to do that. But again, that comes with financial obligations as well for the county, if you were to go down that road.
I just wanted to know on account, if other counties did it. I do see private sectors do it quite often, and so.
Yeah.
I would like to, just thinking out loud a little bit, some of these people, and maybe if some of our electeds, that if we were to go to a 50% compensation board recommendation, that would put, and speaking to the board mainly, is that would make them cost them more for insurance if they had like an HMO or PPO plan for sure. I think that's something we have to consider. I didn't know if there was any way with Lindsay, if those numbers and regarding, if we were to shift this at all, how it would look in Fund 2, just something to think about as a board, I guess. That makes sense if we were to shift some of those dollars and what that would end up costing because of coming out of Fund 2.
Sorry, Keisha, shift, all. the
Like
health
if the
insurance
cost,
benefits
like,
go
yeah,
to
like
Fund
if the
2.
benefits, if it was costing, if we were gonna pay more versus the employee paying, right now, in which I guess maybe I'm thinking wrong because he put in 10% an increase, so it would cover what you have in there. I may not be explaining it correctly, but I'm just trying to think in my head how I can see how it would affect Fund 2.
So Fund 2, I would assume most people put in the recommendation of a 10%, and this is less than that. So. what
So
you're
it would
looking
just
at
build the
now
Fund 2
would
balance,
be-
yes. Okay.
Right.
Which, thank you for going through that.
Yeah, so just a budget. It's, if you put in 10, it's 7. So
Yeah. I'm struggling with the cost of inflation, and then we give a 5% bucket to most departments, and then it's gonna cost them 5. They're coming out with nothing, and yeah, it's difficult. But we only have so much money too, so.
5% of the wage and 5% of the insurance, is different numbers.
Right.
Right,
Yes.
right, yeah, but
Right.
You get a 5%.
High
Yeah.
deductible.
You know,
The high deductible plan. I mean, it depends on your plan. Yeah, it depends on your plan.
I guess maybe I am looking at it wrong.
5%,
be-
5% of $60,000 is way different than 5% of $2,000.
Yeah, no, you're right,
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
I guess I'm just looking at 5%, and that's, yeah,
And when you
looking at that
start
wrong.
throwing out percentages.
yeah,
People equate that to the same dollar amount when it's not actually.
yeah.
Yeah, the actual, I mean, from a macro standpoint, again, we are when you look at two of the biggest dials we have to control expense are salaries and benefits. And the fact that we've been able to keep our benefits very competitive over the years, offer 3 different plans, including now that high deductible plan where we're paying people. That's from a county government standpoint, pretty innovative. And it's affording a lot of flexibility to our staff. So the days of going to where county pays for everything, that's not going to happen here. It's not going to
No,
happen.
I don't disagree. That's not feasible. And I do like that we offer the 3 different plans, because I have heard from employees that they want to have that option. I do think that that spread needs to be there between the PPO and the HMO, because it does cost more, and it is a Cadillac plan, which we've talked about before. So yeah, I guess seeing these numbers first off, I mean, this is probably really the first time I've seen it in detail like this. So I appreciate that. Sorry if I read that wrong. And the 5%, I appreciate that clarity.
Yeah, Steve, what do you think? What's first impression? Again, we're not asking for a vote on this today. It's really just process, analyze it. Sarah can sure come back at the end of the week or not come back. We can do it by phone too,
Well,
Sarah.
my first impression is we're trying to absorb some of these costs
Mhm.
for the employees. I mean, I don't know what else we can do. Like I said, we only have so much money to work with.
Right.
Yeah.
I think if we continue to see the trend, so if we get more and more of our staff, especially our younger staff members, I know Renee and Lisa are doing an excellent job explaining our benefit package to all of our employees, and for our younger folks that come in and adopt the HSA plan. If that cost structure continues to come down, that allows us potentially, and future boards will have to make these decisions, to increase that HSA contribution.
That was going to be one of my, the HSA is more attractive to the younger generation than it is to my generation.
Sure, absolutely, absolutely.
And I'll be the first to tell you that I was hesitant, but I went to it. And actuality, I really like it. I like that opportunity that I'm seeing that account, but then the funds increasing, but also having that, if I were to have a surgery or whatever, to be able to pay that bill out of that fund. So it's an interesting dynamic, but it's one of those that's, I think it was just a perception and being able to just go into it. So.
Yeah,
And-
well, go ahead, sir.
No,
Or
that was me,
Lisa,
sorry.
Sorry.
My name is Lisa.
Well,
I'm teasing, I'm sorry.
Lisa,
I just want to
Kristen?
I just want to encourage people. The high deductible is scary. It looks scary, but let us help you compare the numbers. We have a great team at Holmes Murphy that helps us. Renee has helped several people. If you think you want to move, don't be afraid to reach out, and we'll tell you what numbers to plug in, what to go look at on your actual expenses from last year. You'd be surprised on the cost savings on a high deductible health plan. Sometimes it's not for everybody, but if you want to take a look at it, don't be afraid to ask questions, because we are all here to help the employees. And Holmes Murphy does a great job of explaining things for us too and helping us.
It took me some time to think about it. And do think the process takes a little bit longer, especially when you've come from an HMO or PPO plan.
I think if you look at the HSA plan, you also have to take in consideration whatever that cost is to the employee or the
Yeah.
employer. You have to take out that cost of any other plan you would have been on.
Right.
Besides the $1,500 contribution.
That's right. That's right. That's the math that they can
Yeah.
do for every
Yeah.
employee that has
I
that
know when
question.
Lisa was talking about the math, I was trying to quick do it in my head. Right.
The premium is where you're saving your money.
Yep.
Especially if you look at you're moving from the PPO plan to the high deductible health plan, all in, you'd be shocked at the money that you would save on a high deductible health plan. And we can help you get through that. So what I want to just encourage, if you're interested, let us know. We'll help you. And if we can't help you, we will get Holmes Murphy on the phone and emails, and we will get you an answer.
That's right.
Missy, you'll have to speak into the mic, please.
Yes, am I looking at this right? So I'm on the PPO now, and it's gonna go up to $120 a month.
Yes.
So basically, if I would just have that $120 a month continue to be deducted out and put into my HSA plus the 1,500 you give me, then I've,
You've
Cover.
made $1,500 or, I mean, but you still, yeah, you haven't made that.
because yeah, I'm
Yeah.
being
You can
old,
work
I'm
the
scared
figures,
of it,
yeah,
I
you know,
guess, so.
and Missy, I fully understand what you're saying, because I was that way too. I was just like, but what if, but what if, but
Mm.
it's really interesting when you see the dynamic and how gives you the opportunity to have, I'd say, more control. I felt like now, but sometimes people really want that insurance and meaning like the feeling of having the insurance itself and the security it gives you. And so I understand that too. And so I don't want to look at that we're trying to persuade somebody necessarily. These are just all good options.
Well, at least do the math.
But
In
it-
Missy's scenario, with her just shifting her premium to an HSA, the county's $1,500. If she were to max out, reach her $3,500, she would need to come up with $565.64 on her own. And she could, I could divide that by 24 and you could take out $20 extra to fund your HSA.
Yeah, and somebody, and I'm a little older than probably most of the people in here, except I'll throw Steve a bone on this one. I've had HSAs since they were initiated. That's what I've had. I've had 5 kids. I would never go back to a regular plan, ever. The control that we have over our healthcare costs, it's pre-tax dollars. And then if you manage those costs, you keep that money and it becomes part of your retirement. So, and I'm 59, that matters. So for your younger folks, or even if you're interested in it now, Keisha said we're not persuading. I would be the one to say, yeah, I am. Because the reason it was passed was to give you greater control over your healthcare dollars. And it's been one of the better vehicles our government has come up with over the last 30 years to do just that.
Can I just add a couple points of consideration? So there's a lot of positives for joining an HDHP, high deductible HSA. There's also some considerations on the flip side. If you are someone who's taking a very high cost medication,
Yep.
Knowing the price of that medication before you switch to a high deductible is important, because when you go to the pharmacy, you have to pay for that right up front. You do still get the discount through the contract, but it becomes a cash flow issue if you don't yet have a little
The dollars in
nest
there.
egg built up in your HSA or your regular funds, your checking account, to be able to pay that in the first month that you're on a high deductible. Now, the positive of that is that once you pay that, you've met your liability for the year under the health plan, and then the plan pays everything for you at 100% for the rest of the year. So it's it can be scary upfront. But knowing your medications is important, and then also your age, because the IRS, once you join Medicare, you cannot put more money into your HSA. So those are all things to think about. But that money is yours to keep forever and use it into the future.
And at 65, then you can pay down your, if you wanted a supplemental, or then when does it become like actual retirement dollars? Mark, is
59
it,
and a half.
is it 59 and a half? Okay, I didn't know that. All right.
Or I can keep it as an HSA, which I plan on doing. I don't plan on retiring at 59 and a half. I would like to, but I'm gonna rethink that, Michaela. I'm gonna rethink that request. No, anyway,
Okay.
think about,
No, I
we've got
appreciate
some
that.
other items here as well. Maybe Sarah touch on dental and the rest of the programs, but there are really no big changes there.
No big changes. And I'll just add one last key point on the medical plan. It's what Tyler really brought up about sustainability. All of the items that we have brought to you today are in an effort to sustain this plan long-term. Because we know if we continue down the same path with our utilization and the inflation, the cost of healthcare services, it's going to become a point where we'll need to increase deductibles and, you know, limit plan choice. And we don't want to get to that point sooner than what we would otherwise need to. So that's really the goal of what we do when we meet with Mark and Lisa and Renee. Is just to come up with a great idea to really sustain it for everybody. Dental, as Mark mentioned, not a lot of changes here. However, I'm sleeping, I think. Page 8, there is about a 2% increase to, I might have turned it off, about a 2% expected increase to the dental funding. If you'll recall, this plan is self-funded as well. And it is, you know, the cost is shared between the county and the employees. Annual expected overall costs are running right around $100,000. Our recommendation is that we, of course, renew with Delta Dental. Marion County will absorb the expected $2,400 increase, and the employee contributions will remain unchanged. If you'll recall, we did make some adjustments to the contributions last year on dental. This was in an effort to shift some dollars over towards the health plan to mitigate that increase for the employees. So this will be nice for the employees this year to be able to keep those contributions the same. And the next page really just shows you what those current costs are on a monthly basis. And then reflecting that expected $2,400 increase. Lastly, we did touch on this, the recommendation to explore Lively. It would result in some savings on the flex administration side of around $354 annually. However, with the addition of a potential health savings account option, that would add around $812 annually to the county's budget. So net around $500 increase there. We are in the middle of that evaluation, and our goal is to have that completed by mid to end of February.
So just to jump in here again, traditionally with healthcare savings accounts, the employee has investment options similar to a 401k. And you have some ability to invest dollars, put dollars in cash, especially as that account grows. Now, presently at Marion County, we don't have any of those investment options. So what I asked Sarah to do was go out and see if there's somebody that we could partner with in addition to Marion County. You just want cash and just leave it in cash, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you do want to have an option to begin to invest those dollars, there are minimum thresholds you have to meet. You have to have a certain amount of money in your account to be able to do that. Who might be a good partner to do that? And Lively has a relationship with Charles Schwab. Extremely well-known and very credible group to work with if that works for our employees.
I have a question in regards to the finalization of it. Is the window in which approving this? I mean, I know in the past I think it was we approved, was it at the end of February or whatever? How does that work with in the budget process? Is
Nor-
there any options when in regarding the lively health savings and all that? I mean, is there?
Well, we will have, Renee and I are going to have a phone call with Lively next week to talk to them, see their system and so forth. So typically what we do then is bring you a resolution with all the rates and
Yeah, I
just
can
lock in
remember
all
how
the
you did that.
rates.
Okay.
You know, we don't have the life insurance rate yet either. So we're not ready to make that
And-
full commitment with the resolution.
Right.
That's usually
And-
what we do.
And from a timing standpoint, it really is to be ahead of renewal.
Oh, absolutely.
So.
And
Right.
we've already built in the 10% with, you know, in Fund 2, so the fund's there. So I guess, yeah, okay. Want to talk about it?
Yeah. Is there anything else?
I don't have anything else.
No.
Lot of number,
Great
I mean,
questions.
again,
No,
go over the information. Don't hesitate to give Sarah a call. If you have questions. And then this will be again for our final meeting. Well, I guess that's tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll decide on what we're doing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, nope,
Thanks,
thank
Sarah.
you. All right, I believe we have the sheriff starting at 1. Are we wanting to do that or do we want to
Let's do a recess and get
Yeah.
some lunch.
come back at 1?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to take a 45-minute recess.
A second.
Johnner,
Aye.
McCombs,
Aye.
Ramey.
Aye.
Yep. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I would entertain a motion to reconvene into session.
So moved.
Second.
McCombs,
Aye.
Ramey,
Aye.
Johnner.
Aye. We are continuing our discussion on budget sessions. This afternoon, we have the sheriff with us. Thank you, Sheriff, for coming.
Thank you. Good
Yeah.
seeing you.
Good seeing you too. Kind of looking at high level, what you're looking at here, Sheriff.
So obviously on the budget sheets, I think that obviously were presented to Jake. We obviously still have union negotiations to go, so.
Yep.
Numbers along those lines are probably something that we want to wait on, I'm assuming, to
I
discuss
agree.
in more detail.
Yes.
Or whatever along those lines. I threw some preliminary numbers onto the sheet on different things in regards to the budget total. Do you guys have if you go to the end page of that budget worksheet on it, you'll see that there was a 4,600,319 was current budget. You see that?
What page are you on? Could you?
I'm on a long, big spreadsheet,
got-
but
I
it's actually, you got it at the back there. You see it?
So one of you probably has like, numbers.
Oh, I have a number 8. Okay.
Yeah,
Are
so
we
a
looking?
couple of you have, might just be like 8 marks. Probably, I think we ran it in one whole spell swoop. So just when you look at at the top of it, if it says expenditures, then just keep turning until.
So
it doesn't
completely to
say.
the end. Okay.
So
Not
if you
just
go-
looking
if
at
you go-
It looks
general
like a
fund.
total, it looks like a total page.
Right here.
Keep going, nope, keep going, nope, keep going.
What page number is it?
Let's see
13?
Just make sure we're at the top.
Yeah.
Yep, keep going, that's just uniform patrol, keep going.
7 all-in sheet.
Yeah, there's at the
Yeah,
end of it.
it's the summary at the very end of the.
Yeah, keep on
379,000
going,
acres.
keep going. Keep going. That might be on this. Let me double check, make sure I'm-
I
No,
think it's
keep
page
going.
13, isn't it?
Probably
No,
not.
there's an
Oh, right here, right here, yep, right here,
36.
36, page 36 of your guys' packet.
Not necessarily, because
Okay.
if we ran them all as one or ran them as individual reports, so it's just, it's the
Yeah.
very end of the ones that say expenditure on the top.
Yeah.
If it says expenditure on the top,
Okay, I'm at revenue. All right. I gotta back it up.
So as that sheet there, if you look at that sheet, the overall aspect of it, when you look at that, on the budget sheet that I submitted versus where we're at, you should have 4,600,319.
Yep.
And then you should have a 4,900,348.
4,976,000.
Okay, that is including the mental health deputy. I'm
Okay.
assuming
Okay.
that the cost for the mental health
That-
deputy, that's funded by the cross mental health region. So that's
Oh,
probably
same,
that.
same,
Not-
okay.
That's
Not
it.
to jump, so that includes all of the funds. So Jason has like his forfeiture fund and
That's
his,
memorial fund,
memorial fund.
forfeiture, all
This is a
that.
total for all of that.
Yep,
Okay.
and that difference
Commissary.
of what I said and what you said, I minus 75,000 in regards to what's being paid for by the cross mental health region for Janae, the mental health deputy. So
Yeah.
that's probably our disparity and where we're looking at. One of the questions as we're going through this, on the comp board side, on your guys' the bucket list that we talked about when you guys did your initial proposals. Mark, yours was at 5%. Well, both of you for the sheriff's office was at 5%, along those lines. One of the questions I have is if there is no new money brought into the budget, but if I can absorb the recommendation of the comp board from what their recommendation is in the budget I currently have moving forward with no new money, would you support 100% of the comp board recommendation
And that
And-
again, and
oh,
that's for your department.
for my department?
So
Yep.
your recommendation,
What my recommendation is, and part of it's going to depend on what we do with union negotiations, all that side, and this kind of ties into it. But I want to be able to, in the show, once wherever that ends up, that I could absorb that comp board recommendation.
okay. So a couple things mechanically, Jason.
Yep.
All right, I'm open to any discussion.
Okay.
On pay. What we've already put out there, I believe though, and I think Keisha and I are the only two that have really expressed, maybe I don't know, Steve, maybe you talked about it too, is half of that recommendation.
Understand.
So for all the
So-
electeds, and that's where I am on that. To absorb all of that, I just
What-
got to think through this mechanically. How do we
What-
do that for your group? Because that would essentially say you're going to take that full recommendation, put it into your cash.
I
That means I
didn't,
would
no,
zero
no,
you out.
what I didn't, how I didn't say it correctly is on what, initially what you guys talked about on the bucket for the 50% side of it.
Yeah,
On the budget proposed that I did, that was submitted to you, has the total recommendation of that comp board. I didn't take the 50%. But
okay.
as we get through this budget process, if I can absorb that, the other 50% of that is what I'm asking, would you entertain me absorbing that other 50%?
Well, so let's do this.
Okay.
Can I?
Yep, you bet.
I'm gonna kinda jump in, Keisha. Let's go through your expense lines first.
Sure.
So let's get a feel for your total budget.
Yep.
You've got, is Jason second? Second
Yeah.
largest?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Roads and then
Yeah,
Jason.
I'm not, yes.
So
More
anyhow,
than-
well, on a $5 million budget, let's get a feel for your expenses. You're
Understand.
saying absorb. So here's the other piece of it. My perspective, again, I've talked about it in our meetings. Given what we're trying to do for cash to maintain the different programs, the things we have to do for the roads, which is going to be something we've got to think about going forward. Yeah, I've been thinking about a 96% appropriation.
Okay.
And proposing that to the board. I know Jake loves these when I do that. But it's a way to reserve some additional cash into the general fund to support what's coming.
Well,
So anyway, that's
yeah.
why we need to go through expenses first. Let's talk about expenses.
yep,
And
and I
then we'll
haven't
get
even,
to that second piece.
that's fair. And I haven't even got to the point of, I love Tyler like a brother. The road guys do a fabulous job. But I also did some research in regards to, a lot of times we talk about losing people, and trying to keep them and that side of it. I actually asked Lisa to pull the numbers in regards to where we're losing people, deputies to the Altoonas, the Des Moines, the different sides of that. And obviously, we'll never get to pay what Des Moines PD pays. But we are definitely losing far more out of our office than any other department in the county in regards to people leaving for similar positions in other places. So then that'll be, that actually, I'm probably talking as a union rep right now, and I shouldn't be. but that will be discussed down the road, but that also ties into the budget side of it. So.
Yeah, we're not recording this portion of the
No,
presentation.
all right, there we go, exactly. So,
All right.
back to
Renee,
the,
all right.
back to the expense side. We'll go with that. As we go through those, it's pretty much, I mean, like I have always done, I've brought them straight over. I mean, and for the last however many years, I've been able, other than salaries, which is always my big ticket item,
Big ticket.
that always, I mean, has been pretty consistent with the expenses and what those are. We've had a little bit of increase, obviously, the utilities, like anything, the utilities that happen along those lines go up, vehicle prices, installs, radio equipment, everything along those lines. But I've been pretty good about moving that around to be able to adjust for those. If one area goes down, I bring the other area up.
So Jason,
yep, go ahead.
I mean, at least from my perspective, as Keisha and Steve are looking through the packet, what are your material expenses excluding salaries and benefits that are changing year over year? Or is this being purely driven by salaries and benefits?
Salaries,
Okay.
the vast majority of it.
Okay.
I mean, when you look at FICA, insurance, I mean, salaries, that increase that you see there, that's those increased areas. And that's where it's hard to have this meeting until we have that side of it taken care of. I mean, we can talk about the comp board side because that's not connected. We can talk about the union side is all the jailers, dispatchers, and road deputies. And then I have the civil office and Michelle are my only four that aren't tied to any of that. But as you go through, I mean, first of all, I guess let me first speak to the an appreciation on the aspect of the mental health deputy side of that. And I'm sorry, I missed Rachel's presentation, and I don't know how her budget was impacted or not by that.
Yeah.
But that aspect of moving that deputy into our office and the agreement we have, while Key PD did it and our sheriff's office was the first office to do that, that position that's now funded out of the cross mental health region, I have had command staff of the Iowa State Patrol. I have had Angela Nelson from the schools. I have had counselors. I mean, Rachel's people and Janae and Brittany do a very good job teamed up with that. But that decision by you guys to accept that, move that forward has been a fabulous addition. I mean, and that's obviously it's funded for out of that cross mental health region on it, but the amount of public comments and the people that she has already helped and impacted with that and relieved that side of things, I mean, from road deputies has been tremendous. So
Jason, on that topic, just again, it's not things that this board decides on, but from a mental health standpoint. So we did that. Cross board also put significant amount of money into Knoxville Hospital to be that, enhance that emergency room so that when you're dropping off patients, those types of things. I don't know where they're at in their construction process.
I think that's still in the process.
Okay.
We haven't quite been able to utilize that. I mean, Kevin Kincaid and I have a great relationship
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
mean, we'll be in touch as that progresses a little bit more along those lines, but I think that will be an additional asset also.
Okay.
That we
Okay.
have closer here in the area.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
as you go down through, you'll see that those increases, I mean, from those years, I didn't increase. I mean, I've maintained, I've stayed status quo in regards to that. And that's the budget aspect.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Jason. So in regards to fuel,
Yep.
you don't have them. I'm kind of surprised year to date, you haven't had much. Can you explain why that's changed?
Which item number are you
Uh,
looking?
I'm looking general basic, and it just fuels. So you have budgeted 70,000, you haven't changed that.
Hang
but-
on, let me get my other sheet.
Currently, you've used like 26%.
Well, yeah, and part of that was the great relationship with county roads.
I wondered if that wasn't, so I
Yeah,
wondered, yeah,
so,
okay.
and,
So
and
that's been a savings for you.
yes, and what I hope with our new fuel tank, that the problem, I mean, in reality, the problem is number of miles that a deputy drives in a month is so hard to guess and gauge or whatever. Part of it might have been less driving, but I think the other savings was fuel prices are down a little bit. We always budget in that aspect of trying to keep it a little bit high in case we get back to 350-gallon gas along those. But I'm hoping that that number will go down in regards to the fuel aspect with our new tank. Oh, go ahead.
I don't remember, that's what, yeah.
Yeah, we did.
I
Yeah.
thought it was with the,
Yeah, at last, well, but that was towards the end of last year.
That was
But
toward
I
the
think
end.
it carried over,
It did.
our
yeah.
tank carried over. When that money came about, that first part of the year, yes, you're right.
We had an emergency allocation from the board for fuel because of trying to get ahead of prices.
And that was last year's budget
Correct,
paid for, but we utilized it this year.
correct.
Yes, that is also part of that,
But I think we were right
Yes.
on budget, but
the amount.
for the mental health position,
Yep.
I'm assuming that, you've spoke on that a little bit, but that has had to help morale with the deputies. I mean, do you feel like having that in place and having somebody for, not having to set their long hours, things like that? Cause I know in back presentations, you've said that, sitting at hospitals and locations for several hours was really hard because you're limited on how many deputies you have out. So-
Yeah, to an extent, yes, but also she works 40 hours a week. So you still have the 24 hours in a day that all those other times come in. But yeah, morale, I mean, I have a great office. My office staff, I mean, all over, whether it be civil, jail, dispatch, deputies, fabulous. I mean, people doing fabulous work. So I mean, the morale side of it, morale's where you see morale is salary. I mean, it's when it comes to morale, it comes to making the hardest part being so close to Des Moines is people want to stay here in Marion County. They want to work. But if you can live in Marion County and drive to the metro area at those things, I just had a half-hour discussion with the governor. I mean, up at the Capitol today. And it's the same thing, whether it be sheriff's offices, state patrol, PDs around. The benefits are, I mean, whoever's the highest at that level of wherever it is gets the best candidates.
Yeah.
And
I
that's,
think
and
that's
it's sad.
always gonna be a struggle though. I
Well,
really
it
do.
will be, no question it will be a struggle, but what I would ask is cut the disparity. I mean, the problem is going to be, we'll never be able to pay, like I said earlier, what a Des Moines PD pays.
Mhm.
But if it's a $40,000 difference versus a $20,000 difference, it's a lot harder to make the decision to leave when it's 20,000 difference versus 40. So those are the areas that and there's only X amount of money. I mean, in budgets,
Right.
that side of it, but those are the factors that come into play.
I
I
think the
mean-
disparity comes also when we look at county, and this is me speaking, we look across departments. So let's just say county attorney is after you, when we've got some, like yourself and maybe your lieutenants or your sergeants, and they're making more than what our starting county attorneys are, we only have so much money, and that's a struggle with
Well, but
being
that's
able to.
based on, yeah, but I think you're talking about back to blue, and that was the comparison just with sheriffs and police chiefs to get that and their command staff equal on that side of it. That back to blue didn't impact the road deputies, the boots on the ground guys. That's what I'm still fighting for, and the side of the back to blue was beneficial along those lines. But we still need the boots on the ground people. They're not tied to it. So the example, you just used the county attorney. I mean, obviously the county attorney is leaving. I mean, I hope we have somebody in-house that will step up to that. But I mean, that's his choice on that to do that and his advancements. And there's certain people that are just going to move because of wherever it is. But
Right.
the other side of it is like the blue side of it and the comp board side doesn't impact my road guys. That's not, and when you talk about, I mean, in all honesty, when you talk about disparity, it's hard to look at these sheets and roads get 6.5, but somebody else gets 5 or 3 or whatever it is. Because in the way we look at it is the roads department is worth 1.5% more than somebody in the recorder's office, the treasurer's office, the deputy side of it. Is that not,
I don't-
is
I
that
don't know
not,
we
I
really
mean,
wanna-
well,
mean-
you just asked about the morality and the fairness.
Right, but I
So-
mean, Jason, we have to think about last year was 100% compensation board. I mean, you got a significant.
I'm not
Jason,
talking
I'm
about the
not-
comp board, Keisha.
Okay, but we're talking about disparity. We're talking about you versus your, and I don't want to talk necessarily about what, your deputies and what they're making. That's not what I'm saying, but there is a disparity when you look at current wages today and what you're making and the sheriff.
And
So
we
there
look
is a
at it, we
disparity,
look
and-
at it differently because that disparity, what I hope is a deputy looks at that also and says, hey, someday I'm going to be a sergeant, a lieutenant, a chief deputy, or the sheriff. And that I'll stay in Marion County to help with that. Is that a fair statement?
Well, I think that sometimes those positions, they're going to tend to stay there longer in those positions and what you currently have. I
Sure.
will agree with that.
Yeah.
Especially, so we have to look at it from my standpoint is that we're looking at a salary and then we're looking at 80 to 85% on your chief deputy, sergeants, lieutenants. So it is not just you. It's just not one person in the electeds. And so it's a bigger pool that's taking
And I
more money.
think that's where a lot of people as electeds have said, give us the top dollar amount of what that is and let us as electeds determine where that goes within our budget.
But we don't have an endless pool. That's,
No, I know,
that's
but
the
just
struggle,
whatever
'cause
that
I
dollar
think-
is, I'm not saying we have an endless pool. I'm just saying whatever that ceiling is along those lines. And then you have, I won't speak for the other departments that have already presented or different things, but if there's, examples, and sorry, I was I was Zooming in the other day when Naomi spoke. And obviously she hired people at a lower staff. Wages of what those salaries were on that different things. And I think she had a 7% or 8% or whatever it may have been in that increase. But our budget line item went down. Was that approved was she allowed to use that 7% even though her budget went down in that area? I missed that part of it. I had to shut my computer off because I was driving. But
Well-
was that savings, was she as an elected official allowed to give her staff that wage?
But she give back an overall, Jason. I think that's when you're looking
Oh,
at.
I thought we were just talking salaries. I
She
didn't, well,
reduced her overall budget. And
I don't
so
know
she
that.
had people that she had hired
Mhm.
and she hired and they left. She hired new people.
Yep, and that was
So
lower.
she didn't increase her salary line, is what I'm saying. So let's just say she had somebody at 40 and they
Mhm.
left, they went to a different job and she hired at 35.
Yep.
So
But
she-
if-
that's where that's coming in.
Right,
That's
but
how
then,
she's-
but then when she comes and presents to you and says, I would like to give them a 7%,
But it's a
instead
bucket
of
of
a,
dollars. She
understand, that's what we're saying the same thing. Because once that bucket of dollars, if you tell the recorder she has X amount of dollars to spend on whatever it's different with the unions, where I'm coming from, because that's a negotiation with you guys in the union. That's a totally separate point. But as an elected department head, if she then says, hey, I really feel this extra 3% or 2% or whatever that is in my bucket of dollars is important, more important than something else, I feel that as an elected, she should have that top dollar, and if she wants to give that 7%, she can. And that's what I think she came and presented at. She probably thought that was fair. I haven't talked to Naomi. I don't even mean to throw her in on this conversation. I kind of did, but it's, well, we did, I think.
And
I don't think
Tyler,
it was all me. but-
And everybody else.
Yeah, but my point is, that's what we were talking about, fairness and equity and stuff that goes along with that. But that's those decisions I was asked, and I probably don't know if I was the best choice to do it, but I was asked to go to ISAC, that was State Association of Counties, and present to all the new supervisors on electeds and supervisors relations. And the number one thing I was asked to talk about is, you guys, no question, are responsible for the budget side of it. And I think in past years, we've had conversations about, hey, here's your top dollar. This is what you can spend, Sheriff. You spend it, or whatever that is. But then when micromanaging, everybody talks about micromanaging in departments or different things. But then when you get into the point of whether it be a 3-man department or 3-person department and whatever, if it's a difference between a 2% and a 3% more for that employee, could be $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. But if that person who, let's say they have a $800,000 budget. If they can figure out in that $800,000 budget, how to give that $4,000 raise for that 3 extra percent for their employees, I think you should allow them to do that. I think that's a thing where the 800,000 isn't going to change, but let them have the discretion to figure out how that, how they reward their employees, how they do it. We as comp boards, the law is the law on that side of it. The comp board does their recommendation, what the law says. You guys have the right to adjust, change, or whatever along those lines. But other departments, I mean, or how that goes down to it, I'm not telling you how to do your job. I'm just saying, when you talk about morale is what came up. And I think those are the issues where morale comes into play. Or you fight for, one department fights for a position, and there's maybe another department that they feel have too many positions, or what's the balance and the priorities and the benefits of that? Those are all those discussions that come into play. So
Yeah.
I said a lot.
You said a lot, Jason.
Yep.
You said a lot, and all good, all good. And I think, yeah, I'm not trying to reinterpret what Keisha said, but when we look at, as a board, you're absolutely right. Our job is the
10,000 foot.
total budget. And to look at, well, it depends. I mean, some supervisors like me, that's where I am. I'm at 10,000 feet. Some, like I've served on past boards, are looking at how much you spent on hires.
Sure.
We've gone through those
Yes.
meetings, right? Remember those? It should be a higher, in my view, a higher level macro job. The issue with salaries in general is not to say the road department's worth 1.5% more than everybody else. The overall issue is we have a growing wage problem across our platform of employees, where because of actions from the governor last year, we have a disparity between our highly paid people and our middle and lower paid people. And that gap is getting wider every year. So one of the ways to resolve some of that is to look at the largest department, which is Tyler's, and start to remedy that gap. So in other words, what I'm saying is a lot of our raise dollars go to the highest paid people because of the comp board. Now, that is the law.
But
It's the way
that's
it
not
works.
Tyler. Tyler's not on the comp board.
It doesn't matter. He's still impacted by it. Because if you look at the total dollars and the total raises, that, you know, like they're making the pitch for the single person departments. I get all that, but it all comes out of the same bucket. We don't have the comp board bucket for the electeds and the everybody else bucket. It's all general fund. So just so you understand, this is my perspective. One of the things that we have to look at is, as long as people can advocate legislatively at the elected level, I don't care whether it's you, us, Michaela, for money. These people can't. There are a lot of our employees who can't and don't have that capability. So that's going to continue to elevate, and we'll have wage inflation in places where people are already making quite a bit of money
I understand what
on
you're
a
saying.
comparative basis.
I agree.
relative
I
scale.
think we're fighting the same fight. I agree with you. I'm saying everybody should be at 6.5.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
yeah, that's my point is those people you're talking about.
so I'm going to
that-
take the second part of what you were saying. So when I look at your overall budget, let's say your whatever, $5 million. And in the past, I know I said it's $5 million. Jason, manage what you got to do what you got to do.
Right.
Stays within the $5 million. One of the issues that what our responsibility is, if you do have that much flexibility in your budget, it's to examine what that flexibility is and can it be applied in other places.
Understand.
And that's kind of where we're at right now.
But
Yeah.
But that also comes into as the elected, I'll just use myself as an example. Part of the reason, and the money in that aspect of it is the hard work of my jailers. I'll just use them for an example.
Yep.
I can pull up the numbers here real quick. Hang on. I haven't even got to the revenue aspect of it yet, but
No, it's good.
on the revenue side of it, when you look
Can I
at.
just stop you for a second?
Oh, yeah.
No, not trying to reinterpret what Keisha's saying, but that's one of the things I want to make sure as I listen to what she's articulating. When she talks about this disparity, it's not just kind of out of the blue stuff. It's that we're looking at all of our employees and saying, those who have more influence are getting greater benefits.
I'm saying the same
And
thing.
those who have less influence. So then, because we are saying the same thing, how do we elevate these folks?
Then you put them all at a 6.5 versus having the disparity between 6.5 and 5. Because-
Actually,
because
but
what-
that's not how you evaluate jobs, so you
No,
know that.
no, I know, but no, but I'm saying that's the fairness side of it.
That's not
because-
fair, though.
Oh, but the question that someone asked then is, why does a road department employee deserve 1% more than me?
But just to clarify, it's not 6.5% for me as a county engineer or my crew supervisors. It was a 5% bucket of dollars for my department. We got to 6.5 in my overall budget because we looked at every single position and compared it to the 22nd percentile, which is exactly what your comp board is doing.
Yep.
So I compared each position to the 22nd percentile and did an equalization to try to get certain positions where they should be. And the net dollar or the total for my department ended up being at 6.5%. I'm not recommending more than 5% for myself. I'm not recommending more than 5% for crew supervisors. Now we have positions that are going to be at 6.5 or 7%.
That's what we're talking about, Tyler. The 6.5, it's like, what you did for your road department guys, I'm trying to do for whether it be jailers, deputies, dispatchers. IT's trying to do it for whoever works for IT. The recorder's trying to do it, whoever works for them. On that, what we're saying the same thing is you overall budget side, you use we always talk about the bucket of dollars or whatever, and you were able to articulate that. I'm trying to say the same thing, allow everyone to articulate that the same as you did for your department.
I think this is just my recommendation to the board. I think the board should consider a wage analysis for each county positions to other counties. Now, there are going to be certain instances, like Jason is saying, where he's in unusual circumstances where the metro police and law enforcement agencies could pull employees. We necessarily don't see that, but we definitely have operators that are looking at what the truck drivers in Mahaska County are making. So I would like to see a countywide wage audit comparison to the 22nd percentile or whatever it is that you want to make comparison to like positions in like counties.
I would agree with that. I mean, I'm on board with you. And Tyler, by no means, you guys do a fabulous job. I have to use you as the example when I'm talking about whether it be a 5% or a 6.5, because that 6.5, we're talking about that same bucket of dollars, like we're all talking about. And so it's where those are, but if you're allowed to use that 6.5 to your discretion, but another department head is not, that's where you have the disparity. I feel.
And I just wanted to make clarification for you or whoever else didn't hear my presentation a couple of days ago. So
Yeah, like I said, I think you guys do a fabulous job. I'm very
don't think-
happy. I'm not trying to lower yours by any means. I'm trying to raise other ones.
Yeah, Tyler,
Yep.
I think you get a 3. No, I don't think anybody is saying that we're talking about micromanaging departments or we're talking about department heads being able to evaluate appropriately their staff and give the dollars that they feel are appropriate within the context of that total salary bucket. I think that's what we've been saying.
Okay.
This entire meeting. So I don't think that's an issue. Salary, evaluations, we've talked about that in the past.
Sure.
I have concerns about doing that because public salaries in Iowa are elevated relative to every other state. They're some of the highest paid jobs in the state of Iowa. So if we do that, there's the potential we could end up asking our taxpayers
Our
to
levies to
pay
go
more
higher.
money. And I'm not willing to go there.
And
Because
nor
they're
am
already
I.
paying enough. So
Nor am I. I'm trying to figure out, it's like, whether it be like, and I started to talk about the jailer side of it. I started to grab those numbers.
yeah, you were going to talk
Yeah.
revenue.
Yeah, just on that revenue side of it. I mean, 2021, just on holding outside prisoners outside of Marion County, $356,539. And that's harder work for those jailers. When you have 20 inmates from Polk County,
What's that
And-
number again, Jason?
$356,539.11. 2021 was 143,267. 1920 was 173,583. I mean, as you go down through, you'll see, I mean, when you have 20, 30, 40 more inmates, it's harder. We aren't required by code to do that, but it's a revenue generator. It's over a $250,000 brought into the county.
And how much does the jail cost us? How much is the expense line?
Well, that's your, if you look at the total on the other side, probably, I'm guessing out 500,000. Just, I mean, I can look exactly on the sheet, or Jake and I can find it on, if you go under the correction side of it, like, here, I'll pull it for you. Oh, wait, I'm still on the revenue aspect, sorry. You're looking at over 1 million.
What's this, 1 million?
Yeah,
So they
it's,
cover, so they cover 30% of their expense.
when they don't have to. Yeah, they
But
don't,
no,
they,
but they cover 30%.
oh,
of their
yeah,
expense.
that's what,
Whether they
yeah.
have to or not.
And is
Yeah.
that changing? I'd like to know what it changed from when you had, you know, $100,000 revenue versus 300,000. Was there more expense incurred?
Well,
That's a
yes,
great
yeah,
question.
those yes, obviously, but not at the level of the income. Yes, you're always going to have more. If you have 40 inmates in, your meals, I mean, utilities, everything go up versus
Cost
20.
analysis of that would be interesting.
Very interesting, yeah.
So,
Jason,
yeah.
I have a
Oh,
question
Sorry, I
for
got
you.
off topic there, but that, I'm showing the importance of that aspect of just on my, I feel part of my job, just like any other department heads, we all lobby for our staff.
It is.
And
yeah.
I feel like, I mean, whether it be civil, whether it be jail, whether it be dispatch, and that's all, but there's only X amount of dollars. So my overall arching thing on this is, if you look at that budget side of it, I mean, and trust those electeds on doing it, well, let's talk together on how we figure that out on those numbers. So, go ahead.
So,
Keisha, sorry.
Last year I'd asked, you know, you are one of, the only department I know of that has the bonus line item. So when you're recruiting, you, were able to give a bonus.
Mhm.
I'm not seeing that in here. Do you have that and how much you spent?
That's- Yeah, be just salary.
Probably,
line.
yeah, I'm assuming it's probably in, I don't know, that's more of
Yeah.
a Jake or.
It was an
Lisa
item
question.
that I had requested last year, so we can kind of have an idea of what you are spending on the bonus. I think that that would be important just to kind of
And
see
we're
what it's.
talking bonus, Keisha, you're talking the signing bonus.
But
Sign-on
all,
bonus,
it's
yeah.
only, it's only the new employees. I mean, we can give you that really. Janae and Jake, no, Jake wasn't certified. So it would be Janae and,
But I mean, cause I think it was up to amount. So it was. up
based
to-
on experience. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's, I mean, I would feel very, very comfortable on saying that, it was up to 10,000 or whatever. And I think we gave 5,000 for the two new ones based on, experience and number of years of service on that. And so I want to say it might have been 10,000 we spent on that, but I can tell you it was far, I'm so glad we did it because it saved us a ton of money on sending people through the academy.
Fine. I just,
Yeah.
I would still like to see a line item. I think that's, it'd be nice.
Can
to be
we,
able to see
can we
that.
do a separate line item, Jake?
Don't quote me on the exact details because I don't key this in, but like a separate line item, then we have to put that as a payroll. So then it's like changing it for one payroll and back and running it through forms and COAs and things. So it's probably coming out of the salary line because that's what it is. I mean,
But,
It's
but a
just a
bon-
total that we can find.
but a
here.
bonus.
well, we can get a
so
total just by how
bon-
much there is, but
So normally Jake, is a signing bonus tax like regular salary or is it tax like bonus income?
I can't answer that, Mark, because I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't run it, but
Because if you
we will
include it on
find
the-
that question out.
Because if you include it on the salary line, in
Right.
my mind, that's ordinary income
Yep.
versus,
Yeah, I'm
the
not sure
other.
what's withheld from it, so we'll.
okay.
We
find
can
out.
sure get you those numbers, even without a budget line item. I can tell you whatever over the last year or 2 years or 5 years, what we've spent on it. We
Yeah,
can
this
give you
last
those
year.
exact, yeah, we can give you those exact numbers. So it just doesn't cause more work for Lisa and Jake on it. I mean, on having a separate line item. I can tell you those, or we can get those numbers to you.
Okay, okay.
But the academy costs and everything on that, I mean, I hope in our next round of interviews here, obviously we lost a deputy to the state patrol.
Mhm.
And I hope when we fill that position, I mean, the last time we had a great applicant that wasn't certified and he's now in the academy. And it's great to have a mixture of great candidates that aren't certified and great candidates that are certified. I mean, that's always the best in an interview.
So, yeah, you know, Jason, you'd asked that and regarding, it being in your budget, and whether it's your salary increase, whether it's your chief deputy or whatever, I'm personally leaning towards the compensation recommendation of 50%.
Understand?
So, to answer that question for you. so
Okay, yep, understand.
I'll let the others speak.
Well, there's.
My question be, you asked if you could absorb that, if we would approve the full, I don't know that we can do that legally, can we? Can we separate that?
Well, that's what I'm wrestling with a little bit, because if I understand what you're saying, you gotta correct me if I'm wrong, Jason. What you're arguing is if you can take the comp board recommendation for the sheriff and associated deputies, you carry that cost in your budget.
Yes. What I'm trying to figure out is, and it's not, part of the reason I'm saying this is obviously I am the biggest increase.
Yeah.
But it's tied in. So one, I'm tying it into my employees to get them, I mean, that what I feel the comp board recommended for them. But I'm also on the side of it that the other electeds, if you cut mine in half, you also cut the recorder, the treasurer, the
That's
other
what we
people.
struggled with last year.
Yes, I know, but my question is allow me to absorb that.
I don't know that we can.
We
I
can't
can in
sustain
my
that,
budget.
Jason.
Well, but I think what he's saying is we would approve the comp board
Yes.
recommendation as recommended. And all the dollars attributable to the sheriff's department would just come out of his existing budget.
That's exactly what I'm saying, with no new money coming into it.
That's what he's
Can
arguing.
we do that?
Well, yeah, it would be same. It would all look the same on a budget sheet.
But
be-
then it
it'd be
doesn't
di-
We
impact,
do it now.
It'd be
yeah.
different, Steve, if we were saying, we're going to approve what we want, which is to cut that in half. Jason's going to do the comp board recommendation through his budget, which essentially means we'd have to zero out the comp board recommendation, which we can't do.
Right.
That's where we
Right.
run into trouble.
Well,
you
obviously-
summed it up. I would like you to do the comp board recommendation, but with no new money coming from me or
Hey,
from the county. Oh, sorry.
irregardless, whether we do 50% now or 100% now, next year we got to do the other 50% anyway.
And to
according
see,
law.
actually, Steve, the reason I'm presenting this the way it is because I think if you did what the comp board recommended this year, it would be done and it would be normal cost of living or whatever. It would equalize it next year. Because what the comp board did on that recommendation, if you don't do it,
What they,
you're right.
what they did is just made it rough on us. is what
Yes,
they
but
did.
what I'm saying is if you do what I'm asking to be done, absorbed out of my budget side of it, then next year it's not recommended of an 18%, you cut it to 9 or whatever it is, because it does what the law asked it to do. It puts me where I need to be. Like they
But
just, I
Jason,
think
there's
Ga-
always going to
Washington,
be, you're always going to be able to find some place that pays higher. Because when you read that, it says all cities.
no, it's
all
in
counties.
comparable
It's-
size.
Okay, but it was brought up because I listened to the compensation board, Marshalltown. But we're going to be able to find someplace else in the United States that's similar size that pays more. It's causing difficulties for us. I mean, it really is. I'm just being very frank. When we're looking at a disparity and the difference between salaries, I mean, how are we ever going to be able to catch others up, meaning in your department? That's the bigger issue. We only have so much money.
No, I'm not asking you for more money. I mean, exactly what you're saying, Keisha. I'm not asking for new money to do. If your argument was, hey, if I came here and I said, hey, I need X amount more dollars to do that, I understand you saying no.
But you
But-
had that money in your budget that you could have not necessarily spent.
I haven't spent it. If you go back in history of my budget line items or whatever, I'm constantly giving money back to the Board of Supervisors. You just
But
look
we
at the
don't-
money.
It's not necessarily we want you to give it
It's
back.
fiscal responsibility from one elected to the other elected on doing it.
Yeah.
Well, you and Keisha, you and I will probably never agree with this, but that side of it, I mean, I hope the other two do agree. I
So-
mean, that's what it boils down to is if we talk about that big bucket of money
Yeah.
and we talk about that pool and we talk about it, you look
So
at.
what would that put your salary at?
I don't-
18%?
I don't, it's whatever the comp board recommendation was. I don't have it right here on the top of my,
Yeah.
yeah. But to answer your question,
Do you have it, Lisa?
it would be comparable what the law says it is.
So let me just, I'm gonna jump in here for the board. So without getting into numerical specifics here, because we haven't done our union negotiations
Yeah,
yet. So we gotta
yeah.
be very cognizant of that. But I gotta make sure I get all these salaries. Jake, but 127,393.
What are you
is-
looking at?
That's the year over year increase. Is that that uniform patrol? Jason, is that where you are?
I'm actually separate. I'm down below. So yeah, if you look at the line, it's broken out between the rural services, the others. So you'll see mine separate, but you'll see like,
Others.
my Sergeant Van Wyk is in that section. Then you have the others. I can pull.
But
up
you
the
got,
sheet
but
if
you
want.
got some others scattered
Yeah,
through.
there's other ones that are
Then
scattered.
skip it. I have to do the math on
Yeah,
it.
that
have
I
to
can
write it
show
out.
you, Mark, when we're done, I'll show you where everybody's at and what item.
This is
item-
why, Lindsay, I need that spreadsheet.
Yeah.
I can show you where everybody's at for those different areas. That
Perfect.
will show you.
We'll do
I
it
mean,
like that. But
Patrol services, jail.
yeah, it's too many different funds and too many different departments that. it's
So
broken
to
out.
answer your question, the only where it's different in that, if you look at the jail section, Lieutenant Caius, who's connected with the comp board, to Keisha's point, is in that section. So when you look at that, he's part of that jail expense under it. If you look at Sergeant Van Wyk, he's under the top one, the patrol service side of it. If you look at Chief Deputy Fisher, Sergeant Short, those guys, they're under, and I can break those out to what
No,
area they
perfect.
are for you. But the only place where those were taken into consideration, what we did, I can't mention in regards to the union side of it, but what I can tell you is on the comp board connected ones, that's where it shows that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just because since we're bringing it up so much, does somebody have our comp board proposal that we could pull it up? And
It's in the.
All right.
You go up.
which,
I don't know that
is
I
it,
have
is it in the front?
Yeah.
I just figured since we're talking about it so much, I just got to refresh my memory on
It's
it.
under the miscellaneous section.
Miscellaneous tab. Miscellaneous. Oh, got it.
Would that be?
That's the scenarios. Keep.
Just
it's
just
behind
one
that
more, I mean, just one more comment as you're
go
looking for that. Keisha, you asked what my salary would be. I know you probably look at this as, this is all about me, but I'm fighting for my chief deputy, my lieutenants and my sergeants because they are connected with that. So it's not just what my salary would be. It's to keep them around and appreciate the work that they're doing.
So, but your salary,
Mhm.
you'd be making as much as Judge Geider would be. That's a perspective.
And I'd still be making probably, if we want to do the comparisons on it, I'll show you the other sheriffs that with a lot smaller counties that are still making,
More
More
than
than me.
$142,000?
yes. The
Really?
Cedar County Sheriff, let's,
I
you want
hope
me,
that
you
they
want,
can- I mean-
you want me to Google it? I'll Google the Cedar County Sheriff and if that's what the
mindful of-
discussion, well, if that's what the discussion is.
No, I think what we need to be mindful of is when we look at this and legislatively wise, one of the reasons they're looking at property tax relief is because there's counties that say the sheriff, the recorder, the
Sure.
treasurer, they're adding them all up and they're setting their levy. We're trying to stay within a bucket of dollars and
Understand.
saying,
I'm
okay,
not
this is what we
increasing your
can-
bucket of dollars, Keisha. I'm saying that recorder, that treasurer, those people that are there are worth it. And I'm not, if I was increasing your bucket of dollars, if this impacted the taxpayers whatsoever, I mean, I would say, hey, don't do it.
Well,
But
will
the
well,
point-
time out, Jason. Time out.
Okay, go ahead.
We've got to be real clear here. And anybody have the 100%?
Yeah, it's
I-
right here,
I've got-
screen.
The actual minutes are behind these sheets, Mark. Keep,
Oh,
keep going, Mark.
what's on the
Keep,
back page?
keep,
Yeah.
keep going. Just keep going all the way.
Okay.
The actual minutes are behind that sheet.
be 10.5%.
So, yeah, I mean, from a salary standpoint, and I have to remember, Lisa, I got it, Jason. Thank you. Thank you. Doug. So it is an impact to the taxpayer because you're increasing not just the electeds, which that would go up if you accepted 100% of it. And it would be.
You're saying for the other departments.
Well, I'm saying for all the deputies that go with it.
Yeah.
So
It's
when
the
you're
trickle
looking,
down
when you look at the
that
total
affects it.
impact, when we talk to Jake and Jake tells us, hey, we've got about $199,000 of new revenue. And I am even the one who says, let's be careful about getting fixated on that stuff. But we know what our growth is on the revenue side, vis-a-vis property taxes and other sources. Literally, if you adopted the comp board as is, you eat up most of that.
Right.
Most of those new dollars.
Yeah.
So then.
But I'm not saying use the new dollars. Go ahead, though. What I'm saying is on those new dollars that are there, I mean, I'm not touching those new dollars.
I get it.
Okay,
If your
okay, good.
budget, if your budget is
Can I,
as
if I could
accepted,
absorb that extra
you
50
can absorb whatever that increase is,
of 50, yeah, the 50, whatever is what I was asking.
that your
Yeah.
budget doesn't go, but your budget, is-
70,000 roughly.
yeah,
100%.
so I get that part of it.
Yeah.
But you will have cost increases at the end of the day because we'll elevate all the expenses that go with it. We'll elevate the FICA. we'll
That's
elevate the
included. I
diapers.
did that. Yeah,
But it'll be every other department, Jason. I'm just saying, if you do that, that goes to everything. It flows through to everything. It won't be budget neutral. I just want to make sure we understand that you might be able to absorb it. Naomi might not.
yes.
Might not have it.
Fair,
The
fair statement.
Treasurer might, Jake might not. So there's going to be a budgetary impact.
But, and a fair statement on that. And I'm just looking at my budget side of it, but like, yeah, on Jake's side of it, or however that is, those dollar amounts aren't near as
You have
impactful
a
as mine.
larger budget.
Yes,
you have
exactly.
more
Yes,
to give.
yes, fair
The
statement.
smaller departments do not have that.
Oh, right. That's right. I'm trying to absorb the vast majority of what that increase was, but still, I mean, the Jake, the Michaelas, the Naomis of the world, I mean,
So,
still not cut theirs in half.
what time is?
I'm sorry, it's 5 till.
Yeah, so
Let's
Jake,
chat
are
more.
there any other major highlights,
No,
Jason?
the
That's
rest is like you and I have always talked in the past on that side. I've carried those over. Like anything, when you have around 50 employees, the salaries, the FICA, that side of it is our main big expense.
Yeah.
Those are the movers and shakers of it in regards to that. The revenue side, I mean, do you want, they're just, we can chat about that some other time, or it's like,
It would be interesting to do a cost analysis on that. I really do. And I don't know if maybe that's something Lindsay could help us with, to be able to know what, when we're increasing, is it really that it's helping to offset that with the expenses when the revenue comes in, if it's with the cost analysis?
I can tell you on the aspect that it definitely is a benefit by far, because if it wasn't, when we only had Marion County inmates or whatever, I mean, on that side, those numbers would be so much less and you wouldn't have that, the cost of that. I mean, when we bill those other agencies, here's the easiest way to say it. I mean, and try to be diplomatically correct about this. When we house inmates from Marion County, the people that are here, we're not guaranteed payment by any means. So somebody comes in the jail and we assess them or their room and board on that side of it. We don't get to collect all that. We try to, we bill, we go through the county attorney's office. I mean, but we hardly ever see it. There's tons of debt that are owed to Marion counties. I mean, I would guess well over $1 million of debt that is owed because of people on that.
Is that why some counties, and seriously, some counties don't have like a jail, they try to house outside?
I don't, you'd have to ask those different ones on certain sides, but I can tell you when we house for the Warren counties, the Polk counties of the world, it's guaranteed payment. So there is no question to answer I think what you're asking is, I mean, and it's not, we aren't in the business. It's not, I mean, the correction side of it or enforcement side of it, it's not to make money. It's to hold people accountable for what they do. That's the ultimate goal and to have compliance, public safety, that side of it. But what I can tell you, just on the financial side of it, is it makes sense on those out-of-county prisoners being here. I think that's your question, because we are guaranteed the payment that it costs to do that. There's, if you, the cost analysis, I think what you're looking for is how much did we get from Marion County inmates on revenue versus how much did we get on out-of-county inmates on revenue? And it is going to be a huge, huge, huge
No,
disparity.
I think it's, if you're bringing those, housing those, I didn't know what it cost, for more employment, what.
No,
the
that's-
wear
that-
and tear and all that.
That's
Yeah, yeah.
my whole point is
Yeah.
we haven't increased staff to do it. That's on the backs of those jailers.
Yeah. No,
That's, yeah, so it's not increasing that pay side of it. We're required by code to have X number of female jailers, male jailers, total jailers at all. So we haven't increased our staffing at all. I'm fighting for those jailers in the aspect when we house those, it's a harder job. I mean, I'm a very appreciative for that fact that they're willing to do it, because when we get to these budget discussions and we talk about wages and we talk about increases and we talk about a 5% versus a 6.5%, that has to be taken into consideration in my mind, doesn't by yours, but in my mind, it really has to be brought into consideration on jobs, I can tell
Okay,
you,
But Jason,
okay,
even at 50%, it's a 9% wage increase.
I'm not talking about me anymore, Keisha. I'm talking about a jailer that's not tied to it. You keep coming back to the comp board side.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you. I
yeah, the
appreciate
ja-
it.
Jailers aren't impacted by that. So
we'll chat, yeah. we'll
time
chat
to
more
run
on it.
through numbers. Let's, we got a lot to digest from the
Sorry,
sheriff.
that's,
No.
sorry, it took, I guess I'm right on time. Didn't
No
go over.
worries,
Good
Jason.
time, yeah.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bull, county attorney. That is number 4. Ed, I'm assuming you probably listened a little bit on our meetings. If you haven't, we're kind of looking at what is the big change from last year to this year. So you could highlight that. I'd appreciate that.
The biggest change is that it is, and at least in my opinion, and it's my belief that it would be essential that we increase the number of county attorneys or assistant county attorneys in the Marion County Attorney's Office. So from a standpoint of the biggest line mover, it is that there is an additional staff person, although it isn't necessarily, it should jump out at you because there's a 97% increase, but there is not a new position. So to understand kind of the structure of the county attorney's office at this time, very briefly, there's the elected, myself, and then I have a first assistant, Mr. Harmon, who's here. In addition to that, I have 2 other full-time assistant county attorneys. Then we have a law clerk, and we have a paralegal. We have a discovery specialist, and then we have our split role of where we have our victim witness coordinator as well as our collections person is one and the same person. So at this point, if you recall, it probably predates Keisha being on the board even. We used to have 4 assistant county attorneys, and we reduced down to 3 as we saw fit that we thought we could do it. And now we're at the point where come early this year, one of our assistant county attorneys will be off for an extended period of time. And there's simply no possible way that the staff could do the type of caseload with only having an elected and 1 or 2 other assistant county attorneys. There's just no possibility. To give you a little background for our numbers this past year, not counting traffic court, so your speeding tickets, we had 912 total cases. 97 were OWIs, which I'll tell you is a little bit of an uptick from the year before. I think we saw that hand in hand with the increase in number of fatalities that we had in Marion County. I'm not sure how much that is directly we're rebounding from people going out again from COVID.
But for an extended period of time, we saw a tremendous reduction in the number of OWIs, and they have ticked back up. And some of that has to do with the fact that we have we have cops on the road patrolling at times in which people may be intoxicated, although you may be surprised at the times in which we arrest people for OWI. We had 286 simple misdemeanor cases, 149 serious misdemeanor cases, 122 aggravated misdemeanors, 89 felony cases, 84 either substance abuse or mental health cases, both through adults and juveniles. And we had 85 total juvenile cases. Now, those are individual cases, not individual counts. So you could have a person arrested and charged with 5 counts. We're only counting it once. So that's 912 cases. My guess is we have another, well, Jared, what would you say? Probably 2,200 traffic citations that we process through on Mondays. So volume is rebounding to pre-COVID levels. There's no other way around it. So those are the numbers. The other thing and I've already sent this to you in an email at the end of the fiscal year. We collected last year $194,000 in collections. That made us the 17th best collector in the state. And for this fiscal year, we met our threshold. So as you may recall, the first $100,000 we collect, we don't get a penny of. And we made our threshold on October 25th of this year, which is within 10 days of when we made it last year. So what other, go ahead.
The first 100,000, does that just go back to the state, or how's that, what does that work?
Yes.
And then, there was one other question.
Ed, are the opioid dollars in your budget or are they in another department?
They're in no one's budget at this time. And it's something that we need to continue to examine. That we have received our payments for the first and second year through the distributors. I think that there's still hope that there may be some other money coming from some other sources. But that's just in a fund that has been set aside, and we had set down, Jared and I and Kim Doran, try to gather some of the numbers, because when we first got our first initial fiscal data concerning the opioid epidemic in Marion County, I think I shared it with you briefly. I was surprised because in the previous year, the increase, most people newly addicted to opioids were above the age of 65. And so that completely changed the way I was thinking of how was the best way to spend our dollars. Right. And so we sat down and we then decided to look at how we got that data. And I still think that number is accurate, but that's coming from reported information based on hospital coding. So it doesn't necessarily reflect the person who is just abusing opioids as a 20-year-old.
Right.
So, you know, and Jason and Jared's our drug prosecutor currently. I mean, we are seeing opioids left and right. I think, you know, the biggest hit that we've seen lately is just our drastic increase in heroin. So, Jason, what did you guys took 2.5 pounds off the streets? So it's coming back. It's here. It's back. It's back. And so we're going to see that as an increase also then on our social services, our hospitalization numbers, as well as our general homelessness problem and the proliferation of homeless. And it's something that quite honestly is going to, we have sat down, Jared and I, with some different people that want to propose ideas of how to move forward. And we've been pushing them off because we're still, with Kim's assistance and the people Kim works with, still trying to gather the data. Because until we really understand the data, I think it would be foolish to develop a plan. And whether or not we know, I think our best evidence that we have at this point is that medicated assisted treatment is the key to success on this. And how do we increase our medicated assisted treatment? What role does, you had a lengthy conversation with Jason about what does that look like in the context perhaps of a jail program? How does it look like on additional jail resources? How do we allow for, the great work that our mental health deputies doing? Is there some synergy that makes sense from the mental health issues with substance abuse? All those things are lengthy conversations that we'll get into. It has nothing to do with my budget other than to say, no, none of the opioid dollars exist in my budget.
Hey, Ed,
Yeah.
I know what I was gonna ask you. So you put, your salary at 50%, the compensation, or is that the 3.29? Okay,
Yep.
all right. And then, you've increased, the deputy position.
I went to 85%. I did that over a period of time at the suggestion of this board in the past,
Okay.
was that if you had a first assistant, don't go to 85% initially. So that's been, I think Jared would know best, but I think a 3-year bump up, step up process since he's been first assistant.
All right. Otherwise, let the others, if they have any questions.
I mean, the only thing I will add is, and I want you folks to take this to heart. I know everybody's coming in here saying, I want more money, I want more money, I want more money. We have a shortage of both defense bar attorneys in Marion County, and we have a shortage that exists across the state. We're fortunate Judge Geider allows for video conferencing. We were one of the first people to really, even after COVID ended, choose to use the technology that you folks were able to support us with to continue doing that. That has allowed the crisis that's happening in Iowa as it relates to the lack of the defense bar. You have counties right now that their court appointed list has 2 names on it. Okay. Part of the problem is if you're on the east side of the state, you make $120 an hour as a court appointed attorney in Illinois, and you make 67 or 68 in Iowa. So there's no one on the east side of the state. But even I have colleagues who I work with that they're down to 1 and 2 assist or a defense bar. Now, what I will tell you is that has also spiraled into county attorneys. Right now, the state of Iowa, we have an excess of 20 positions posted right now. It used to be that 12 years ago, when I would post a job, I'd have 25 or 30 resumes. I now get 2. Polk County has 2 openings right now that they don't have filled yet. And their starting salary for a baby lawyer who graduated 2 weeks ago is $89,000. So as we look at how we attract prosecutors, it is culture and it is money. And those 2 things together is what's going to keep people working in county attorney's offices. So as I look at what we have for our 2 assistants, I honored your request of 5%. It's not enough. And it may not be enough to keep the people in the office. So I want, and if people leave, I mean, I can't fault anyone right now. I mean, and I use Polk County, and I know maybe that's not a fair reference point, but it's 89 to start. And they just got what, Jared, a 27% union raise over the next 3 years. You cap out at 10 years at $198,000 with no supervision role, just as a rank file prosecutor. So there's just so much we can do with culture to say, hey, this is a better culture. But the reality is it's going to be continue to be very hard. And it's not just Iowa. Just, I have a colleague who I sit next to at the National District Attorney's meetings, who's the Bronx DA, that is about a 340 prosecutor office, and she has more than 100 openings. So The increase is purely the additional salary in the line item 10104. I have equalized the two paralegal positions. They were on different tracks. There is no longer any way I could justify one of them making more money than the other. The other increases that you see are related to if we have another attorney, we have an increase in other ancillary expenses, but there is no major, there's no purchase of a copier this year. There's no change in technology needs. We're well equipped moving forward. I think at least in that regard, we've worked hand in hand with IT to make it that we don't have huge needs all at once. And so that's been very helpful. Been painful at times, but it's been very helpful.
Number one item is staff.
So staffing is all that matters.
Appreciate that, Ed. Steve, I don't know if you have any other comments.
I don't know if you and the sheriff, or I don't know who would have this, Ed, because I'm just sitting here thinking about our discussion with Jason and the things that you and I have talked about over the years. What's we spend a certain amount of dollars on what I will call protecting the public, call it whatever you want, deterrence, but also you got the back end of it, which is what you deal with, but also you're a deterrent as well, because we have a functioning county attorney office. And I'm just thinking off the top of my, what happens when that deteriorates to the statistics within a given location? Is there any data out there that shows what goes on? You've got certain, you see a city or a county where you see things change either through loss of officers.
Well, and look,
I mean, you
how
can
do
make the
we, how
assumption-
long will it take Des Moines to become Portland?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean,
That's
we're
what-
gonna, we're gonna find out, aren't we?
To put it bluntly, Ed, yes, that's what I was trying.
I mean, look, here's the reality. It used to be that getting arrested was embarrassing.
Mhm.
It was a deterrent,
Social stigma.
social stigma, because you had to go to court. The worst thing that would happen is not that the judge saw you, but that your neighbor saw you. Well, in the way that our system is currently set up, if I got arrested for OWI tonight, assuming I'm just an average guy that isn't going to make the news because I got arrested for OWI, I would never go to court. I would hire a lawyer. The lawyer would enter an appearance, waive my right to a preliminary hearing. The county attorney's office would file the trial information. I would go get a substance abuse evaluation done. We would negotiate a deal. We would plead guilty. We would do the paper, the guilty plea on paper, and the judge would sign the sentencing order, and I would never walk into court. Not once.
So that's the prosecution side of it. I'll even just reference the law enforcement side of it. And we are blessed in Marion County compared to a lot of people, other sheriffs I talked to around the state. But society in general, I saw a meme the other day that talked about if you defend your kids' poor actions now, you will hire an attorney to do it when they get older. We see that constantly even now. The ones that are repeat customers, it's the parents, the grandparents, the other people defending the poor actions of that individual versus saying, what the heck were you? I mean, it used to be you were more worried about what your parents did to you. We now have parents defending bad actions when their kids are on video. I mean, by saying that is your child doing that. No, it's not. That they,
And take a step further. The other thing I find interesting and you can sometimes speak with hyperbole on this. I can now speak with an actual case. I had a woman who was driving while barred. I'm going to say her sixth time. Okay. I was working with her to help her get her driver's license. And I have a very simple thing. I would rather people have licenses and have insurance than not. Because there is not having a license, not a deterrence to not driving. Okay. So we have created a very robust driver's license reinstatement program in hand coordination with our collections program to help people get their license back. And I will let you have 8 months to get your license back. Okay? Because we have people out there who owe tens of thousands of dollars because they were in a car accident without insurance. And now they can't get a license until that gets paid off or until they post a bond, which is akin of paying it off. But the moment you pick up another one, then the deal's off. And I said to her, the deal's 14 days in jail. And she said, no, I'd rather go to prison. Now, you always hear those stories, and she made a great choice. She did less time in prison. So, I mean, at the end of the day, right now, we now have a current criminal justice system in the state of Iowa that has very, very little consequences to engaging in criminal behavior. There is no one paying their fines anymore. They're not. No judge is going to put you in jail for not paying your fines. So every single day on Tuesdays and Fridays, the legislature in their wisdom have chosen to increase the amount of money that fines are. You know, used to be $625, it's now $855 for an aggravated misdemeanor. Plus we had another 35%. So you come in, you got an ag, it's gonna cost you $1,100 before attorney's fees. They're not gonna make you pay your attorney's fees anymore because we wipe those off universally because you have to have a reasonable ability to pay. There's no consequence to not paying, because the only consequence we have in Iowa is that we'll suspend your driver's license. Well, if you already came to court because you didn't have one, what's the big deal? And now this year, our federal government's going to pass a criminal justice reform that says the states are, if you want to get state dollars, you can't tie a person having their driver's license to unpaid Iowa fines. The moment that passes, we ain't going to collect a single dollar in collections anymore. Because the only reason people pay their bills is when they can't get their tags or they can't get their license. So when that passes, so we don't send anyone to prison unless they have truly either A, been convicted of a forcible felony, or B, they have earned their right on the installment plan to get there. I mean, you probably have to, Jared, if you disagree with me, you probably have to have 3 to 5 convictions and screwed up on your probation at least twice before you're going to get dropped in prison. And the moment you get to prison, it is a revolving door. So it used to be, it was a deterrence that you didn't want to go to court because you didn't want to be embarrassed by your neighbors. We did away with that. It used to be you didn't want to go to jail because you didn't want to have to post a bond. Well, that is being eroded left and right by people who are talking about cash bonds being wrong and immoral. Now we sentence people and they have to pay fines. None of them pay it. So I don't know that it's unique to, school. It's in the adult system as well. I mean,
So is the federal law, as you were speaking of that and the collection part of it, is that something you're seeing coming or is it already done?
not done. And I have a meeting on Tuesday with all 4 representatives and both senators in Washington, D.C. to try to tell them why that's a terrible idea for the state of Iowa. So we'll see how that goes. There are a
If
number
you
of
could let
really,
us know, I mean, that would,
well,
I'd like to know, yeah.
it is on every criminal justice reform bill that there is. Just is. Even I'll be honest, the National District Attorneys Association, which I'm Iowa State representative of, at least for a couple more weeks, they're an advocate in support of it.
Really?
So it's, because it's part of criminal justice reform. Get smart. Why is tying your driver's license, which you need to get a job, tied to paying fines? Now I can make arguments and they can make arguments, and quite honestly, it's a small lever that a person can say,
It's just
we-
accountability, holding somebody accountable.
we don't do that anymore. Keisha. We don't.
Bad.
So what would we like to talk about that's positive?
Can I put something in the negative pot? Sorry. But as you're talking through these more serious things, that this morning when Missy was talking about the ordinance violations and getting people to comply with ordinance issues, we right now have 74 pending ordinance issues that are sitting there waiting because there's, it's kind of like people are going, yeah, what are you gonna do about it? We send a letter, we say, okay, this is the last letter we're sending. And then we come to Ed's office and they don't have the time or the resources to follow up on these kinds of things. And so, it's back to the societal, what are you gonna do about it? With septic systems and that kind of stuff too. So, and I realize that those are lesser seriousness than some of the things that they're talking about.
Yeah.
But it's another,
But it's also we have escalated the dues, the fine amounts, that if you're in violation of an ordinance, that let's say it's a septic tank issue.
Yep.
So now here's the issue. I can fine that person $750. They don't have $750. They're not gonna pay $750.
Right.
So it becomes how much, and Missy's chimed in that she concurs. You look at the cases that we have tried to resolve. Missy's doing yeoman's work. It's the, whether or not it's,
Right.
we have cases in this county where Missy's been working with them for 15 years. You look at we have some real positives that we can point out on properties that we've cleaned up. But for every one we've cleaned up, there's 50 of them that we could have a full-time additional enforcement officer who does nothing but code enforcement at the sheriff's department. Okay. We could be writing warrants to be able to get onto people's properties. And then we bring it to court and we fine them.
Yeah.
Doesn't change anything. As you guys were talking and Kim was talking, Jared runs our truancy mediation program. And no place does this kind of break down in the system. We're going to file a thing to put a woman in jail because their 13-year-old kid won't go to court, won't go to school. That's our least favorite thing to ever do. We've had multiple 2 mediations and kid won't go to school. Now, we used to tell people, we'll drop them off at the shelter. You either take them to school or take them to shelter. Shelter won't take them. We don't have any. We got ellipsis on the south side of Des Moines. You can't get your kid 3 blocks of school. What's the likelihood of getting them in a car and driving them 40 minutes to Des Moines? The breakdown in the family unit is what, in my opinion, is the issue for each and every one of these things. And the result of that is it's costing everybody, taxpayer, more money.
No, so I appreciate that, Ed. And when I asked that question and now you provided even more contextualization for me, I can't spend enough to solve it.
No.
So you start to think about, wait a minute, because we have a responsibility to our taxpayers to provide a certain level of law enforcement and legal protection, the things you all do. But if this is what we're dealing with, no amount of money can solve for that.
You have to pick your spots.
And
You have to figure out where you target and you can make the most impact.
But see, that's, you just hit the nail on the head. It becomes a value proposition now. Where can the dollars be best spent to provide the maximum benefit to the taxpayer?
But it's a no-win situation because the moment you say, we're not going to do patrols, then people don't want to live here anymore. So it's like,
Well, yeah, that's taking it to the, all I'm talking about is, I think you have to do a mental assessment because things aren't what they were. It's no different than what we've talked about. I've talked to Jeff about school safety. We've talked about it with courthouse security. You can't say in Marion County, Iowa, hey, it's going to be like it was 25 years ago anymore. That's what you're saying. It is not that way anymore. So when we talk budget and we talk structure, we're talking about the costs attributable to a new societal way of interacting that we've never experienced, at least not in a way that it's impacted our budgets.
And unfortunately, the reality is the more routine call now for these folks become even more and more dangerous.
Yeah, and so I think that's the stuff as we think about expense, we think about what we do, how we allocate resources, scarce resources. How do we ensure that our citizens know that to the extent possible, we're providing the best level of deterrence? Those are the things we have to think about, because the culture has changed.
Well, and I don't want to jump onto Ed's presentation here or take too much time of it, but that is one things, like I mentioned, the mental health deputy and the correlation with the cross region and Brittany and Rachel and everybody. What used to happen is those individuals in those mental health situations came to jail.
Yeah.
And those were those expenses, those costs, those things that you're talking about. With the change of mindset to get them truly to the help they need, it reduces costs in the jail. It reduces costs in the criminal justice system. And those are those things that we're trying to do, to your point, that make that turn that dial to an area where is our best bang for our buck.
And see, Jason, that's kind of where I'm headed.
Yeah.
I think you just went right there, is spending money between your two areas. Where do you turn that dial? Where do you get the best bang for the buck?
Together, that's what I'm saying.
Or together, or, in what combination of services and whether front end or back end.
Well, and you folks need to make
So
you guys need to make a decision of, and we've talked about this as it relates to like Missy's issues. Mark, I completely agree with you. If you want us to clean up all the properties in Marion County, we can do that. But it's gonna cost a whole lot of money. I would say that for every property we're gonna clean up, you could probably say the minimum amount's $35,000.
Mhm.
Now, there's some people who drive by some properties on their way to and from work every day that very much would say that was a great use of our resources. I would also turn around and say $35,000 to increase how we can support the mental health issues. That's a dial turner that we know empirically. We may not have all the numbers yet from our mental health deputy, but I can tell you right now, we're already seeing a difference. We're seeing it from the decrease in the numbers of the mental health commitments, because on the front end, they're able to get help to these people without having to go through court. I mean, I would be shocked if next year, when my replacement's sitting here and they're saying, we're going to have less than 84 mental health commitments because of the interventions on the front end that we're doing. And that may not it saves all of us money when you think about a mental health commitment's expensive. We're paying for transport different ways. We're taking up court time. You're taking up a prosecutor. You're taking up a judge. You're taking a doctor out of seeing a patient to call in and do a hearing. It's a dial turner across the board.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, Ed. Thank you. Thank you. Something to think about.
Any other questions? I'll yield the remainder of my time back to the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you. Right.
We have miscellaneous. I just would like to do a little bit of a recap and what we probably, and maybe Jake has some other things. Whether we do this today or tomorrow. We have a couple more departments that'll be presenting tomorrow, correct? Conservation and the VA, okay? We have the comp board. We have to make a decision on that. And then there was the healthcare. If we want to make a decision there. We have libraries.
Can I ask a question? So you don't even know what some of the rates are yet. So what would
Yeah,
the
that's-
decision point be on that?
I didn't know.
Because the
if you
budgets
would-
have, she's talking about decisions to be made tomorrow
Yeah,
yet.
we need to make a decision on the healthcare.
You had mentioned making a decision tomorrow on that, but if you don't necessarily have all the rates yet. I mean,
Yeah, we don't have everything.
The library,
you're not,
whatever.
you're
yeah,
not,
the
you're not
flexible
planning on
spending.
setting those rates tomorrow. are you?
Why wouldn't we?
Oh, I didn't know. Usually Lisa prepares a resolution and it has the rates and stuff on it.
Approve the plan though.
Okay.
Resolution presented at a- The only
Okay.
thing the only thing that's missing is, are we going to partner? Are we going to have an additional investment option
Right.
Judge
Okay.
Hazel.
I just wasn't sure where it was.
Which they won't know until
Whatever.
February.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so if the answer is we don't, then it's Marion County. If the answer is we do, it's Marion County and
Okay.
somebody else.
Whatever.
And you add about $855 of administrative cost to that.
And then, I have libraries down.
Oh.
And then we need probably to discuss HERDA.
What was that, Keisha?
HERDA.
Heard.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yep. And then I,
And that's,
I,
and that's programmed into the budget
Le-
as it is.
is it, okay, I wasn't for sure.
Levies.
Well,
Yep,
that's,
levies.
levies is the big key. So like if any departmental changes are needed,
Yep.
they'll need to come in, and levies are the key. And 2:30, and it's been a long day, but that Senate study bill with the taxable valuations rollbacks seems to be real.
Okay.
They're just, it's not final yet, so there could potentially be negative effect on that valuations.
Do we have a projection, Jake, on what that will be?
Well,
It goes from 56 to 54.
56 to 54, and a lot of it's embedded because again, we're talking about an unknown at this point, and nobody really knows where it's gonna land and if the bill is gonna be passed.
Do you know what that would relate to in dollar amount?
So, no, not exactly, I don't. In essence, what seems to be happening or what's out there is internal revenue calculation on figuring the residential rollback and certifying it to everybody that's using it now, cities, schools, counties, we're all using the same thing. May be reduced retroactively back to the 1/1/22 valuations from the 56.4 to 54.6, I think it is, valuations. So residential valuations are in their own category, just like my home it's a residential property. But it's also on out in the townships, if you have a farm, you have the land, you have the buildings, that's at the ag rollback, and then the home is at the residential rollback. So it affects all those residential dwellings as well. So that's kind of included in agriculture buildings, and I don't know what that specific number is.
So the bottom line is we're gonna lose revenue.
Well, okay, so, well, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bottom line. is that-
2% or
I mean,
something was
So,
that, yeah,
and then, because this is the very first year of the new two-tier in commercial rollbacks. So the first 150,000 of commercial value gets the residential rollback. And then the remaining is 90%. This is the first year for that. So
That's why
instead
it's
of
so
business property
convoluted.
tax,
Right.
they did the
Tax.
two-tier commercial rollback. So that first 150,000 on every commercial property in Marion County would go from 56.4 to 54.6. So it's like 1.8 drop. So I don't know I don't know what all that is. That actually the assessor's office works on that, and then it goes through programming on the commercial side. So this is, I don't want to be giving you things I don't know, but as an estimate, this is what I think. And this is just from yesterday, whenever this has really started hitting. So apparently information is going to be coming out from ISAC and Department of Management, and because cities and schools and counties are all sitting here now doing exactly what you guys are doing. But we're using an evaluation that may change substantially. So I did very, very roughly. Please, this is just estimate, and that's what I believe was asked for. The only thing I can really, on our state valuation, we have a residential property, so it's not embedded with commercial and all that stuff. So the 100% is like I'm around, it's $2.2 billion. So then when you apply rollback, that goes to $1.2 million, or excuse me, $1 billion. Right? Make sure I have that right, 100,000, yeah. Okay, so
That's at 56 or 54.
that's at 56.
Right.
So if I change that very basically on my old calculator to 54, we lose approximately, I think it comes down to 40, we lose, and I say lose, this was an increase from a rollback, right? So the old, Right.
Taking it back, yes.
yeah, so we lose 41 million, something like that.
I'm just doing the
Okay.
math in my.
Yep, am I
40
close to
40
that?
45.
So when we talked about the new growth, new valuation, we had 55 million in new growth that we could access at $3.50. So take 41, we're really estimating off that. And that is what the new growth is at $3.50. So I think roughly, like for the general fund, that's like 144,000 of the new growth that we don't have.
So out of 199,
Mhm.
we're gonna lose 144.
That's what I think, but again, this is just just coming out. for
But that's
everybody.
okay. That's okay. We
But
just need
that's what I
rough
want.
Back of the envelope
So
math.
go back to, go back to that circle or that circle,
They
that
took
chart,
it all back.
the cash flow. So we had the 1.1 million to
Yeah.
general fund. We had we changed public health function or the structure of that, so that took off the 800. Left 300. Now you're backing out this.
You back out 144.
Yeah, so we don't know, we don't
150.
even know if the bill's gonna pass, but you guys are gonna be getting stuff as
But-
supervisors, they're sending information to cities and schools.
So it's fair to say, kind of rough back of the envelope math, we're gonna end up with 150 in general fund,
Yeah, so
after we back out what Kim had
that's,
in that.
and that's new growth.
Yeah.
So as all budgets are in, because I haven't I haven't changed anything. So that's what that number drops down to.
Right.
Still solid, still, but that's perspective. So
So-
then that will flow, the same principle in effect for the general supplemental. Okay? It will also affect rural supplemental. Not as greatly because whatever the farmstead houses are.
It'll be prorated.
Ag
to
land,
that, yeah.
the ag land doesn't change, the ag buildings don't change, and it will all drop commercial. Again, commercial already, quote unquote, lost ground as the property tax relief. I don't know if that's the right word it was, but as they went away from business property tax credit and went to this 2-tier.
So now I'm just doing them. Now, Jake, if it drops commercial or that portion of commercial that it applies to, it's a lot of property. That could
Yes,
be,
I
that could
just
be,
simply
that could
don't
be
know.
where it takes it to zero.
The growth. Yeah.
You had commercial valuations in there. That's a lot
Well,
of property.
Yeah. I don't remember.
Yeah, because last year would have been commercial and then resident, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just thinking of your
Mhm.
you got your residential number.
Right.
And you're bringing
Yeah,
that
all
down.
the easiest one to just
Yep.
do on up was residential because that's the one that's straightforward. All the others have connecting
Yeah,
pieces
they've
that
got different
we just
pieces.
simply don't know yet.
So it's
And we
something-
need software.
What we can say, reasonable degree of certainty based on that explanation, though, it's less than 150.
That you'll have as new.
Yes.
I believe so, yeah.
So it's less than.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So
It
then when you
seems
think
like
of macro side of it, if less than 150, and I know that we've talked about this before, but when we're looking at buckets of dollars at roughly $500,000 and what we're looking at, if we were to go that direction with comp board recommendation and, because that was all in, correct? And then salary increases
So,
at 5 and 6. you-
510,000 all in our salaries if we went with what
Yep,
we
yep.
approved yesterday.
Yeah, so, roughly.
I would
200
encourage, I
And
think,
that's excluding that 510 does not include comp board for electeds, or does it?
It included comp board at 50%.
Did it include that?
Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
Yes.
Yep.
So that'd be about 510,000.
Which.
Which is
with
a rough
6.5,
number,
We
remember?
were like at 530, I think, is what we were. Because remember, we went 6.5 at,
No,
Yeah,
so the one
road
that,
department.
the one that I had, because it had 6.5, 5,
Yours was
4.
480.
yeah, mine was 480 and then another,
Then
yeah,
it was
35.
503, but because we bumped the 4s to 5s and kept the 6.5 and with the 510.
It's still 510, okay.
Last year's was almost 600,000.
so moving forward, this all started because you said you need to decide on levies, which to keep this thing moving, you are gonna have to decide on levies. I think, people are just really starting to hear about this and try and realize what this is just in the last day or two here.
Is there any sense, Jake, on, is it gonna pass? I mean, this is,
I believe,
this is in response to an error, correct? Or what
yeah,
they're- what
yeah,
they're
and,
pitching as
and
an
casting
error.
no shade here, but this was I think in all the transition of the new stuff, it was Department of Revenue issues the assessment limitation order. And it has been determined that, like, when they changed the multi-residential from what its rollback was to the residential, it pointed the wrong direction or something. So negatively to the taxpayer affected the residential rollback, inflating it more than it should have been. So that's why, so yes, that was correcting an error.
So it's gonna pass.
Yeah, it's a government sponsored bill. And so, and
And-
have you heard
and
from Kelly anymore?
No, I emailed her yesterday. I
Okay.
have not heard anything more. I mean, I just wanted her to know she was aware of
But
it.
it'll pass. I
Yeah.
mean, if it's a governor-sponsored bill in response to what seemed to
Seems
be
like
an
it.
error,
Right.
it will.
It seems like it. So
I think we have to go out.
we're
that
not
assumption.
sure yet. I think that most people are just proceeding forward. What it ultimately affects, you can set expense budgets, you can set budgets. It
Sure.
may, but what it may affect is, and you can't change your $3.50 levy. It will likely increase the debt levy. Because that's based off the lower value and you have to have that principal and interest. So it
What
like,
is it now?
it's up 32 cents. It went up 9 cents. It's at
Probably
32
another
now.
two,
I'm,
maybe one.
yeah, because it gets to capture the increment. and
Yeah,
everything
so
too,
it
so,
won't be, it won't be a big hit to it, but it'll go up a little.
Would
um,
all the impact be after July 1 then, or would there be anything from March elections?
Tyler, this would be for the budgets beginning July 1.
Okay, thank you.
So, I mean, again, when we started this whole thing, from changing a levy, you really only have general supplemental to deal with. Or possibly, not possibly.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Question's gonna, where this will plug in is that when, the theory on reducing general sub fund 2.
Right.
Is to give some property tax relief back
Right.
to the taxpayers for the,
Right.
to net out the gain.
So,
But if there's no gain, then the question will be, there's still surplus in that fund.
yeah, you
It'll
still
come
have,
down- It'll be less, but it's still not gonna be materially impacted like the general fund.
still have a substantial fund balance from the taxing jurisdiction. We're blessed, I'll use the word blessed, but that we're talking about lowering of an increase.
Right.
Not less than last year.
That's right.
From the taxing body.
Going
Now, as a
negative, yeah.
taxpayer, and I have a residential home, that 56.4 to 54.6 that's good for me, and that is less,
It is.
that is a reduction. So please keep your eye out on that. It may involve, every auditor's office redoing countywide taxable valuations. Because everybody's gonna,
Yeah.
if it happens, but it's not, it's just a proposed bill at this
Right.
point. I think it was called, I don't know if it's changed, but it's Senate Study Bill 1056. I believe.
I'll try to get an update.
So
Yeah.
I think we
So,
could, like, after tomorrow, we can proceed with publication for our max tax levy, because you guys know you aren't gonna ask for more than that. We need to keep that rolling, so this process, I have no idea if this bill passes, if they'll extend deadlines or not. I simply don't know.
No, I appreciate the background. Thank you.
And I hate to bring you something that I don't have
No,
more further
no,
detailed
fine.
information, but
But-
please be
yeah.
aware of that, and if you learn anything, let me.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. I think we've already had some discussions with Renee, haven't we?
Right now, Renee is in the process, Renee Von Brokeren, not the other Renee. Renee Von Brokeren is, preparing the Marion County initial proposal. And then she'll send that out for the 3 supervisors, and you, Jason, I assume, to review. So that'll be the next step. No, she has, yeah, she's reached out several times and we have nothing. So we did get the initial proposal, but she's working on our initial, and then we'll go to the next step. But we'll want to keep that rolling, obviously.
Good.
Sorry. I mean, but cast doubt at the end, but you need to be aware.
Nope, I appreciate that. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn and we can be back here tomorrow at 9.
So moved.
Second.
Sorry. Ramey?
Aye.
Johnner?
Aye.
McCombs?
Aye.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks.